subject of what's taking place in other parts of the world, notably what's taking place in the United States and the prospects for them, what we call rescheduling cannabis, making it considered as being less dangerous. And we'll be hearing a video, we've seen a video from John Walsh out in the United States. Unfortunately, he had some back surgery, couldn't be here, but he did a very nice presentation. We'll be seeing that. And then we are going to be getting another presentation from someone from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Dr. Sybil Welch. And this is going to be looking at interregional trade. So the concepts that we are dealing with this morning are going to center around cannabis and the quality that's required in terms of cultivation and how it is perceived. Too young. We know that you are really here as part of this audience. And so we welcome you here this morning, and we hope that you will get something out of this. We look for your feedback a little later on. I want to alert you, later this afternoon, we are having another session from Dr. Marshall Emmanuel. It's going to take place both maybe in and outside, looking at some of the practical do's and don'ts in relation to cannabis. And I think that will take us, to a different level. So he's doing two sessions, one now and the other later today. And we really have to show his appreciation. Dr. Emmanuel, please, could you come to the stage before one of our board of director members, Mr. Erasto Robertson, who's going to be moderating today, does the introduction of Dr. Emmanuel. Erasto, let me hand it over to you.
Yes, pleasant good morning again to everybody. Special good morning to our delegates from across the Caribbean. Special good morning to our students. Everybody, welcome to our second day of this conference. I don't think that, say, two decades ago, we would have been thinking about having a conference of this sort here at Victoria Park with delegates coming from almost all over the globe. Again, let me welcome you to this session. Now, we're going to start this morning with looking at branding Caribbean as a quality product. You know that the Caribbean is known throughout the world as a particular zone where cannabis production has a particular importance. And we have no other than the most versed Dr. Marshall Emmanuel, who is going to take us through this session. Dr. Marshall Emmanuel is a senior lecturer researcher in the Department of Sciences at the University of the West Indies at the Mona campus in Jamaica. He is the principal investigator of the Life Science Cannabis Research Group. His research team conducts research in the area of tropical horticulture for cannabis sativa, its application, consistency, efficacy, and quality control throughout the cannabis value chain. His research team collaborates with the Humbit Seed Company in the development of cannabis germplasm suited for equatorial cultivation. The research group has also received grant funding from BioBlitz Worldwide Organics in advancing suitable and environmentally friendly practices from cannabis production. Mr. Emmanuel is Vice Chair of the Bureau of Standard, Jamaica Cannabis. His technical committee, he is the Vice Chair of the Bureau of Standard, Jamaica Cannabis Technical Committee for the development of standard for the Jamaica cannabis industry. The Commonwealth of Dominica appointed Mr. Emmanuel as Chief Technical Advisor and Consultant to guide the development of the cannabis industry. He was listed on Leaf National 2024 Impact List as one of the individuals making a positive impact in the Caribbean in the cannabis world. In 2015, he was the second place winner of the Best New Style Farming category at the High Times World Cannabis Cup held in Negril, Jamaica. Now, you would see definitely that the somebody we have upstage here who is going to address us today is not a newcomer to the industry. He has been playing a vital role in the development of strains. He has been playing a vital role in research. He has been playing a vital role in having the Caribbean position on the national and the international arena as a valuable stakeholder in the cannabis industry. Mine is the pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Marshall Emmanuel. I want you to help me put your hands together to give him a hearty welcome. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to be here today to present some of my research work and to really show the sort of prospects and where we need to go as a Caribbean community if we are to advance in terms of cannabis discourse. I'm just waiting for my presentation to get loaded. Oh, all right, thanks. Yeah, so I would like to also commend the Medical Cannabis Authority for St. Vincent and the Grenadines for putting on this exceptional Cannabliss festival. It's the second year, and it seems to be one of the premier cannabis festivals in the region, and it really brings the region together to understand commonalities and differences. And I would also like to give a special thanks to Dr. Thompson for really spearheading this festival. How do I move my slides? Yeah, well, I need to know though. Sorry about that. So I could use this? Every time? You don't have a pointer or anything? Hmm? Let's try and see. Wow. All right, so cannabis as a single species of plant does plays a very integral role based on human development. And it's been with mankind from the inception of our historical record. And cannabis being a single species has contributed to fiber. It's the strongest tree fiber in the plant kingdom, so it's structurally not support as hemp. It is also speculated that the pyramids were built from like hempcrete. It's also very nutritious, rich in fatty acids, the seeds, and then we have the flowers that really synthesize the trichomes. And these trichomes have a wide variety of different phytochemical compounds, such as cannabinoids, terpenes, flavonoids. And the combination of these phytochemicals do provide an exceptional therapeutic and medicinal value. So in terms of the Caribbean region is no stranger to like cannabis. We have had a very long, malangled relationship with the cannabis plant. It is speculated too that cannabis was here probably before the arrival of the indentured laborers, but there is not much evidence that like really signifies that. But what we know is that in the early 1600s, the Spaniards brought cannabis in terms of hemp from Eastern Europe to assist with their repairs for their sail ships, ropes, so on. And then coming with colonialization, we saw where at first the British really, when the indentured laborers came here, we saw where the British facilitated the importation of cannabis from southern India for use of the Indian culture, such as the sadhus and the spiritual healers that actually came. But what was seen there was not much commingling taking place within the Asian and the African slaves. So it was observed that the smoking of cali weed after a day's work on the slaves' plantation saw that African and Asian culture communicating, merging, participating. And this is where that we saw a sort of significance where the African population began consuming cannabis and understanding this use. But there's also an interesting twist that I recently discovered, that Jamaica received indentured laborers from the Democratic Republic of Congo. And when you really trace back their roots, the cannabis was there really early in 1500s, so on. So there seems to be a sort of cultural significance, particularly in the area that these Congolese nationals came, which is the eastern part of Jamaica. And there has a sort of retention known as Kumina. And this is where the first sort of ganja plantations were found in terms of Jamaica. So the Caribbean has a very intricate relationship, moving from cultural significance to enforcement to the war on drugs to today. We see where cannabis industry and cannabis reform is actually taking place. Even my own personal story, when on the bottom left-hand side, this is me as a 17-year-old youth cultivating my first cannabis crop. And to see in 2025 opening the Institute of Jamaica Cannabis display, which I actually curated for the Jamaica government, shows you the sort of transition that has taken place in my own lifetime. And even traveling the world, being invited by international governments, companies, to really see what the world provides based on cannabis reform. So it's important for us to understand where we are coming from as a people and where we intend to take cannabis. Next slide, please. Yes, so in terms of, right, so in terms of the Eastern Caribbean, cannabis was sort of introduced later in the 1970s. And this, particularly happened when the Caribbean Federation was formed, and this formed CARIFTA, which saw the movement of goods and services from like Jamaica all the way to like Trinidad. And with that came the federal palm and the federal maple. And these were two boats that moved goods and services throughout the actual Caribbean region. And this is where the first set of Jamaican cannabis began coming to the Eastern Caribbean shores. And we also see the introduction of Colombian cannabis, which was brought via the cement boats that stopped through other islands going to the greater Antillean countries. Next slide. Yes, so our current legal landscape, we see where there is not a coordinated effort that has taken place, but we see cannabis reform taking place in every English-speaking Caribbean country. Thus far, the only country which is not presently on this top list is Grenada, and Grenada is currently presenting legislation. So we see where certain countries have taken different approaches to cannabis reform. We see where decriminalization, medicinal and religious use seems to be featured here. But we only see where the USVI has installed recreational use. And it is interesting to note because the United States is really who pressured us on our war on drugs during the 90s and brought various draconian measures. And we also see where that at the level of reform that has taken place to understand the social equity aspect, religious freedom, ceremonial rights, these are not throughout the entire region. And we even see where Barbados and St. Vincent has strictly focused on medicinal cannabis. And well, the first sacramental bill was pretty much drafted by the Barbados, but we see where there is a sort of fight with the Rastafari community based on not accepting the household as a place of worship. So we see where St. Lucia is currently implementing regulations. We see Belize, Dominica, Grenada are currently drafting cannabis bills. And the situation in terms of Trinidad is one which is interesting because they pretty much brought their legislation to actual parliament, but it has not been passed and gazetted so far, and that has been 3 to 4 years waiting. Next slide, please. Right, so when we look at the region, we see that we have seven cannabis licensing authorities thus far. We have the Cannabis Licensing Authority Jamaica. We have St. Vincent, medicinal cannabis. We have Antigua, that speaks about medicinal cannabis authority. Barbados, medicinal cannabis too. St. Kitts, St. Lucia took a different approach to looking at the regulated substance abuse. So we see where these authorities have been housed in different ministries. We see where the Ministry of Agriculture has been the preferred mechanism based on cannabis being an agricultural crop. But we also see countries focusing on investment and commerce. And this has saw pretty much the investment, the foreign direct investment model approach to bring the sort of capital investment which was needed to actually kickstart the regulated framework. Is in Antigua, we see where it's being housed in the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. But that will soon change soon. Next slide. Yes, so when we look at what is taking place globally, we see that the key drivers that have been facilitating reform, we see where there is a global demand for medicinal cannabis products. Because of what conventional medicine has shown, there is a great need to understand the efficacy and the consistency of administering cannabis as a therapeutic substance with much less side effects compared to conventional practices. We also see that there is a great local demand and consumption patterns that we have observed throughout our region. So how do we transition farmers from the illicit market to the regulated space, and how do we understand consumers to appreciate the difference of purchasing within the unregulated market and the regulated framework? We also see there is a great need for developing the tourism sector, which tends to support health and wellness through cannabis-friendly resorts, through experiences and farm tours, through even culinary events taking place. And there is a huge opportunity for sun-grown, high-quality cannabis, particularly within the temperate world, where we see the sort of cannabis that is being sold is all these hybrid varieties, which are pretty much suited for indoor and temperate cultivation. So to select certain cultivars that would have different therapeutic value in terms of the organoleptic qualities, it is key to understand our niche and how we will be able to market cannabis. So for example, those hybrid cultivars, if you are living within a sort of temperate country, you will be more relaxed and sedative. But cannabis in the equatorial world has been known to provide an uplifting, therapeutic feeling, making you very creative. So you could imagine going through winter in a very cold, dreary place. You would want some cannabis that could bring you that level of happiness and upliftment via consumption. So the opportunities for growth are pretty clear. We see medical and wellness tourism. We see the aspect for local and craft cultivation. And we have seen that the aspect of cannabis reform has pretty much crippled and cramped the sort of artisanal cultivation that we would have been used to. So understanding the value of artisanal and craft cannabis could have sort of market niche and economic potential. We also see the issue of value-added products. Making edibles, beverages is one of the fastest growing cannabis sectors globally. So just focusing on various aspects and how we could actually create commercial value and commercializing cannabis, because today cannabis is pretty much commoditized and packaged and marketed very, very differently from what we are used to. And then the aspect of research and development, this is very critical. We have not seen the level of funding, research, public-private partnerships to really propel cannabis to the future, to be informed in any sort of decisions that we make in terms of cannabis reform. Next slide, please. Right, so when we look at quality, the issue of quality is something that is non-negotiable, because quality is not something which is attained overnight. It is something which is built, right? So the focus on quality is supposed to be paramount in understanding public health and safety. And in that, we know the ills that agriculture has done to the environment particularly. So how do we manage environmental stewardship? How do we manage waste? How do we manage runoff from fertilizers? Those things are critical to the sustenance in the longer run. So looking at public health and safety, this is very critical because we are administering a product to the actual public. So once the public has access, looking at how it is distributed, how it's packaged, even looking at shelf life, right? When is it does those phytochemicals start to deteriorate, and how do we manage these things based on voluntary and mandatory recalls? We also look at the efficacy and consistency. Yesterday I was talking to one of the gentlemen from Grow Antigua, and he was saying that this is very hard to maintain consistency based on the genetic expression, particularly cannabis, which is grown after the autumn solstice versus the spring solstice. So when other days get shorter coming towards Christmas time, we also see better quality cannabis, better bud structure, better terpene profile, cannabinoids. But once we pass the spring solstice, because cannabis can behave as a perennial, right? So understanding the day length does bring about a different expression in the physiological, morphological, and phytochemical characteristics. So it could be day and night of the same actual cultivar being grown, just at different times. And we have seen that based on the dispensaries that grow a particular strain during the perfect season, but at the off season, the actual consumer pretty much does not want to consume that particular strain based on the product that was grown during the longer days. So building trust and understanding the legitimacy in terms of cultivating cannabis and providing consumer with that efficacy and replicability is not something which is easy, right? So understanding your area, understanding the nutrients used, understanding the farmer's potential to unlock that genetic potential is very critical to maintaining quality assurance to the actual consumers. Next slide. Right, so quality is built on a reputation, right? And understanding quality, we must be able to document the processes that take place along the actual value chain. So from seed to sale, we need to be able to track plants to understand the historical record that these plants have been through. So particularly if something goes wrong, we would be able to track and trace and pull products from the actual marketplace. And because cannabis catches such a high value, people will go to the extremes and do all sorts of things to ensure that the cannabis reaches to a market. No one wants to incinerate cannabis, but if cannabis is pretty much tainted with high pesticides, molds, residual levels, those things could be really harmful to the actual consumers. And if it's particularly being provided for medicinal and therapeutic use, this is really counterproductive in its administration and efficacy to the actual consumer. But it is also prudent that the medicinal practitioners also need to have trust in what they recommend and prescribe to their patients. And they would want to ensure that there is some level of consistency that takes place throughout that process. Next slide. Right, so the foundation of building quality must start from the genetics. In the Caribbean, I've always said, cannabis is an agricultural crop. And in any agricultural value chain, the most important input is your genetics, your germplasm. And the last time the International Narcotics Board of Control mentioned the Caribbean region in a sort of negative perspective was their mention of Caribbean nationals are ordering cannabis seeds online and sending it to freight forwarders in Florida. So it shows that we are building an industry and we have nowhere to start, right? So genetics that are proven for equatorial cultivation, such as resistance to mold, such as the physiological characteristics to gain commercial yields based on using less supplemental lighting and utilizing the solar radiation more, reducing the sort of carbon footprint which is seen in terms of the temperate world, where high energy consumption based on facilities, energy consumption, dehumidifiers, so on, is high intensive agriculture. But in the Caribbean region, I think we have an advantage because as the world turns and cannabis becomes more liberal, we are going to see production being pushed more to the equatorial zones. Because the equatorial zones are way more productive, land is cheaper, and labor would be cheaper too. So we will see the exploitation from these developing of proper breeding practices to stabilize, to sanitize, to ensure they are disease-free. Also, growing from clones. Growing from clones is all well and good because it maintains genetic stability. But what we see is that it requires more infrastructure. You need lights, you need someone who is competent to understand the cloning process. But our farmers have been used to cultivating seeds, right? So germinating seeds, planting seeds, vegetating seeds, flowering seeds have a much lower carbon footprint and would bring you to yield much faster than growing mother plants, maintaining mother plants, cloning, so forth. And then we have in vitro propagation, which we need to take advantage of. How do we understand storing genetics in terms of callus, formation to preserve certain genetics? Right now, our original heirloom cultivars are pretty much being decimated as we speak. They are being cross-pollinated with these hybrid cultivars. And the fact that these plants have evolved in the equatorial regions, there are significant advantages that could be transferred to modernizing these strains to improve the terpene profile, the THC profile, the bud structure to make it more appealing and palatable for the modern day consumer. So understanding these particularly techniques and investing in infrastructure that could maintain and produce high quality germinoplasm is instrumental to where we need to actually go. Next slide. Yeah, so there are 4 types of seeds presently. So there are regular seeds, which most farmers traditionally would have been accustomed to. And the thing with those regular seeds is cannabis being dioecious, you have male and female plants, although the plant exhibits monoecious characteristics based on hermaphroditic traits, these are more preferred for hemp cultivation because hermaphrodites, the fibers tend to be more uniform based on growing the plant for its structural purposes. But in terms of cannabinoid production, we look at the regular seeds now having male and female. So a farmer being armed with regular seeds has to work twice as harder. He has to clear more land. He has to germinate more seeds. He has to employ more labor. He has to use more water, more fertilizer that once the plants reach sexual maturity, he now has to cull them, right? So if the farmer is equipped with feminized seeds where we use a breeding technique to eliminate the Y chromosome and only produce plants which are XX, this is an advantageous because now he can use less land, less space, less water to produce higher quality cannabis, right? And the fact that he will be armed with only female plants and the economic value is in the female plants. So even when we see the laws being set for like home cultivation where you are allowed to cultivate 4 plants, 5 plants, that makes absolutely no sense because you could have 4 seedlings in the vegetative stage that has no value. So the value is in the pistillate, the female flowering plant. So a plant at sexual maturity now becomes the economic value. So understanding, giving somebody to grow 4 pistillate female plants, that is more advantageous to understanding just simply 4 plants. So feminized seeds can be bred based on stability, replicability, once the breeder understands the process of genetics and selective breeding practices. We also have auto-flowering seeds. However, auto-flowering seeds were pretty much bred for temperate climates. And this is the reason for this is because they have such long days. So in order to harvest a crop before the days get shorter throughout the September, October months, you can plant an autoflower seed that has the ruderalis genes that from seed to harvest is 100 days max. But because our diurnal period is 12-12, it makes it very hard for these strains to vegetate, so they will stay extremely short and not necessarily provide you the sort of commercial yields that are required for your investment. And then finally, because cannabis has been illegal for so long, we have not been able to employ certain breeding techniques that require more technical competencies, such as triploids. And triploids is nothing new in terms of agriculture. We actually consume breadfruits. These are triploids. They can't be grown from seeds. We also have watermelon, triploid watermelon. Bananas is probably one of the most popular ones, that the ability, so the diploid banana produces seeds is very small and is not as edible as the triploid version. So in cannabis, we have been able to breed triploid cannabis and have that extra chromosome, right? So with that extra chromosome, it makes the flower unfertilizable, so it's pretty much sterile. So you could grow a whole crop, and if there is male pollen from a neighbor's plant or field, your plants will always be seedless. And seedless is very critical because the integrity of the flower based on the economic value. Once the plant is fertilized, there is no more energy being expelled to producing cannabinoids and synthesizing trichomes. All the energy is now goes into reproduction, maturity of seeds, in terms of cotyledon development, so on. So triploid cannabis, that picture we see there with the three trichome heads. Generally, a trichome would have one head, but because of overcompensation, we see where we can increase certain cannabinoid profiles within the cannabis plant, because that overcompensation brings about a plant which has more vigor, that has greater yields, and we even see where we have seen some interest based on resistance to certain pathogens. So it's still very early days. As I always said, they started breeding triploid watermelons in the 1940s, and it's only of recent times we really see commercial triploid kind of watermelon seeds being on the commercial market. So investing in understanding your source material is going to be very important to understanding quality later on the value chain. Next slide. So planting cannabis, as we know, for those who plant cannabis, we know is not an easy task, right? It comes with experience, it comes with competence. So understanding how do we grow cannabis for medicinal, scientific, therapeutic, and sacramental purposes in accordance with good agricultural practices, right? How do we ensure that this cannabis is not polluting the environment? We are not adding heavy metals. We are maintaining the efficacy based on stewardship of the consumer, right? Growing cannabis that is safe for the actual consumer. Yesterday, I was actually testing cannabis for like potency and stuff, and I use my handheld microscopic glass to look at the sort of macro side of the cannabis, and it's not surprising. I saw interesting levels of microplastics, right? So imagine what is being used to dry the cannabis or transport the cannabis, because it is so sticky, right? Handling it is very important to not allowing certain contaminants to adhere to these buds. And you see those microplastics showing up consistently throughout the Caribbean region. So the cultivator needs to engage in training, in certification, in practices that could make his craft better based on understanding public health and safety standards and not damaging the environment by actually doing so. Next slide. So planting to maturity, as I said, the tropical climate, we receive 12 hours of sunlight consistently every day. It fluctuates slightly, but what the market demands currently based on these modern day hybrids in terms of the bud structure, the organoleptic qualities, the flavor, the taste, those plants were not bred for equatorial cultivation. So the carbon footprint tends to be very high, where we need to use supplemental lighting, we need greenhouses, we need fancy equipment to unlock these genetic potentials. So understanding those things are very critical to the sort of value of cannabis that you can actually grow. So what I have seen recently too is that sometimes we experience a lot of overcast days, right? So if you look at the first 3 weeks that the cannabis plant flowers, if it does not get that photosynthetic radiation, it is not going to increase very much based on its formation of bud structure. It's going to plateau very early, and you will get pretty low yields. So using supplemental lighting based on rainy days, so one could increase quality of cannabis being grown. So understanding what do you grow, when do you grow it, how do you grow it is very critical to unlocking that genetic potential. Next slide. Right, and one of the next important aspects is nutrients, right? Cannabis is a heavy feeder. It is said that cannabis can grow 12 inches in one day, and that is very significant for an annual plant, right? So what we see is cannabis has been used as a form of bioremediation, meaning that it can clean up toxic chemicals which are found within the soil. So it pretty much absorbs everything within its surrounding, the heavy metals, the contaminants, so on. So the nutrient program is very important to achieving the research. Is that the fact that many of us are using supplemental lighting to maintain the plant in its vegetative state, and we induce flowering artificially, that actual transition from veg to flower really stresses the plant pretty much. So the use of nutrients to mitigate those effects are very critical to understanding producing valuable commercial yields. So I am an organic farm inspector, so I am more lean towards more moral and ethical practices based on using organic certified nutrients, but I have no issue with people using salts as long as it is used in a responsible fashion. Next slide. Yeah, so I don't expect you all to read this, but my research lab, based on the Life Science Cannabis Research Group, we have developed a list of descriptors from sexual propagation all the way to yield and harvest. And this gives us a deeper insight to understanding how do we choose particular cultivars that would have that market value and would be able to give you that returns based on using less input costs. So next slide, please. So this is just some quick data. So we can now plot these strains and understand characteristics of how they grow and how they utilize various abiotic and biotic factors based on producing yield. So we could see that we have tracked various cultivars from week 0 all the way to harvest, and we can actually isolate those varieties which are way more productive versus some. So you as a farmer may be putting all this energy, input, fertilizer, irrigation, but still your yields are really mediocre. So understanding the genetic potential again is extremely critical. At the lower slide, I wanted to just show our equatorial plants are very intelligent and they have evolved here. So they have evolved certain physiological characteristics which are critical to their sustenance and growth. So we see where, although the leaf area index of those skinny light green leaves are much smaller than those temperate broadleaf dark green plants. So think about it, those temperate plants that have those broad leaves and darker leaves, they are designed to trap as much sunlight in a temperate climate. But in an equatorial climate, our equatorial plants have skinny leaves and light green. So it shows you the opposite. these plants are trying to mitigate the effects of solar radiation, right? So they are much larger and have smaller leaves. But when we look at the comparison, the growth rate to biomass ratio is significantly different compared to other temperate plants. So in terms of this strain called the Caribbean Queen, which actually took us 6 years breeding in a collaboration with the Humboldt Seed Company, it was to maintain the physiological characteristics of our heirloom variety, but improve the modern day aesthetics and organoleptic qualities, such as the other potency, the terpene profile, the bud structure, so on. So breeding shows you how I don't have to use all these expensive greenhouses, smart pots, so on, and I could still be able to compete in that market just by having a seed that has an advantage. Next slide. Right, so even looking at the yield, so we look at how productive these plants are. So we would look at the entire productivity. What is the root weight, the stem weight, the branch weight, the leaf weight. But think of it, if you are growing cannabis and you are getting more trim weight to bud weight ratio, that means that that plant is not as productive based on the commercial value of the actual flower. So understanding those characteristics could be critical based on your business and making profit and understanding how do you grow quality cannabis that could get you your investment on returns. Next slide. Right, so even as the research continues, looking at our traditional and socio-economic development based on how do we transition farmers from the illicit market to the regulated space. Because I know the cannabis licensing authorities is a very complex task, right? To develop the emerging medical cannabis sector, but also allow for transition of farmers from the illicit market to the regulated market has demonstrated coherence based on those two models. We see separate models, but we always see where the social equity aspect is being neglected and on the back burner, and the focus is on developing the medicinal sector. But I will say this, that developing the traditional sector would provide you that local competence that would be able to serve within the regulated space and provide the opportunity for employment and for the returns to be spent locally within other countries. So looking at the way that different farmers go about production practices and growing plants based on yield and potency. So that principal component analysis shows you the various sort of practices that farmers use in terms of Jamaica in different parishes. So there is some overlap taking place, but we could also see where there is some practices that does not fit within the middle that shows the consistency based on the practices. So how do we arm ourselves with the knowledge and the experience to understand the best practices and to allow farmers now to understand these practices from public health and safety and environmental stewardship. So this is something that I think is very critical to unlock this sort of economic potential within these traditional cultivators. How do we understand their practices, their norms, the way they go about doing things? Because we know that they might not have the education which is necessary, but they have the experience, right? So providing them with more education and training to understand and better their craft could grow the industry more sustainably in the future. Next slide. So we even went further to look at what sort of yields, what sort of harvest, what sort of number of harvest cycles per year to be able to put a price point and economic value on to understand what these farmers are making from cultivating cannabis within the traditional space. And by doing so, to provide them with the incentives that are necessary to actually want to engage in transition. We see a very standoff position right now based on legacy farmers, traditional farmers not wanting to necessarily partake. So the issue that I've always seen is that a traditional farmer wants to own the value chain himself. He wants to grow, he wants to breed, he wants to harvest, he wants to sell, he wants to transport. But by understanding that your skill set could earn you an honest employment within the regulated framework, that you could now bring that money, traditional cultivators tend to fail. Some of them have excellent growers, but when it comes to post-harvest, this is a very sore point based on you could grow the best herb in the world, but if you don't manage it properly post-harvest, it really deteriorates and it has no value. So everything that you grow cannabis for is in these glands. These are the trichomes, and these trichomes synthesize all the phytochemicals such as the cannabinoids, the terpenes, the steroids, the flavonoids. So that entourage effect that somebody gets from using cannabis is a multifaceted interaction that takes place within all these chemicals that provide you that therapeutic and medical value. So the preservation and the integrity of those glands become paramount. So understanding post-harvest, like example, a traditional cultivator who does not use controlled environment to dry and cure his herb. During the day, the herb dries off. During the night, because we are in a high humidity, every morning you wake up, the grass is wet, it absorbs water. So if that is happening every single day, you can imagine the projected shelf life of this commodity. And what we see is that cannabis that's exposed to irregular temperatures, we see much of these larger trichomes just simply melting, falling off the plant, even rupturing too, right? So you are losing the value of the therapeutic and medical value via poor post-harvest practices. And worse, we see that the heat converts THC to its isomeric form known as CBN. And CBN is not a plant-derived cannabinoid. It is because of age, poor post-harvest practices, and CBN gives a very narcotic, lazy, fatigue, euphoria. So many of the traditional herb that looks very brown and out of sync, that has concentrations of CBN. So when we see levels higher than 1% CBN, this shows that something went wrong throughout the post-harvest practices. So I just wanted to show that you could see on the left-hand side, the trichomes are pretty much milky and ripe. But as we move, you can see the head is slightly deflating, right? So it shows you it has passed its integrity point and it's starting to degrade. We even see cannabis that is full of trichomes on harvest, but after it goes through the trimming process, we see no trichome heads. We only see stalks, right? So all these training and practices are very important for us to meet that quality assurance mark. Next slide. Right, so post-harvest and handling on the top right, you can see cannabis looking very brown, so we would expect levels of CBN to actually be present here. So everything that we do from we harvest the plant is to ensure maximum preservation of trichome integrity, right? And by doing so, you need to maintain constant temperature and constant humidity. And one of the things is that you have different terpenes. So you have monoterpenes, which are the smaller terpene molecules, and you have sequester terpenes, which are bigger. So the monoterpenes are extremely volatile, and we start to lose them very early. So for issues like marketing, if you are in the business of a pre-roll, one of the main criteria is you want that spliff to taste good, right? So you want to ensure that there's a higher concentration of sequester terpenes via monoterpenes that would give you that long-lasting flavor. So understanding these criteria are very important to how we perceive cannabis and the consumer acceptance. We also know that the exposure of light tends to break down chlorophyll. It makes the herb gets brown very quickly. So using dark rooms, temperature control, humidity control, I think this is where the emphasis of energy consumption should be placed in these post-harvest facilities. And then storage. How do we store cannabis? How do we know that the value of this cannabis after a particular time period is being deteriorated? So those are things that we have to pay close attention to. Next slide. So cannabis, so what is quality assurance within the cannabis value chain? Hands down, it is ensuring public health and safety and administering cannabis and its derived products to the actual public, because we are dealing with the public and the world at large based on consumption. So we want to ensure safety is maintained and delivered. We also need to ensure that we adhere to environmental stewardship. We don't do the same practices that agriculture has done, and you will see a graph shortly that would show you based on some negative aspects based of cannabis growing on the soil structure. So environmental stewardship, managing waste, managing runoff, not allowing runoff to enter water systems and bring about eutrophication, so on. Those things are key to environmental sustainability and to the mitigation based on our natural disaster cycles. How do we ensure that we put things in place to mitigate these sort of climate shocks, such as heavy rainfall or drought, or drought periods? We need to understand these things more. So quality assurance protocols tend to address concerns of microbial contamination, heavy metal content, pesticide residue, and the quantification of the important phytochemicals that really provides that therapeutic and medicinal value. So all these parameters are extremely relevant in the quality based on how it looks, how it smells, and the sort of value it delivers to the actual consumer. Next slide. So potency. So we see back in the day, actually yesterday I got some real St. Vincent heirloom variety and I tested it, and there was 10% THC and there was 1.5% CBD. And that's interesting because there's a very long time I haven't seen a ratio of like 8 to 1, 10 to 1. Because these modern day varieties have ratios of 250 to 1, 300. They have bred down the CBD to negligible levels and bred up THC, because the greater the disparity is in the profile, it gives an heightened euphoria, right? So because CBD is a non-psychoactive component and THC is a psychoactive, and your receptors for inhalation is in the frontal cortex of your brain, when you take one puff of something which is 10 to 1, CBD interacts and THC interacts, so it provides a sort of balanced euphoria. But when you consume stuff which is 300 to 1, it's only THC that's binding to these receptors, so the heightened euphoria that's feel is a great concern for adolescent use, right? And majority of these strains today are in the region of 20% and more THC. I have tested stuff that has 30% THC. So imagine a high school student, first time wanting to experience cannabis, get something that's 30%, right? That is not wise. Right? So this is where regulations really come in to understand these ratios and concentrations in administering cannabis publicly. So we have not seen where testing has also been mandatory. The Bureau of Standards Jamaica developed a standard, 3 standards: cultivation, packaging and labeling, and manufacturing. And it still remains an involuntary standard, right? So we need to understand how do we provide that testing capabilities based on a one-stop shop. It's not that I must go to pesticide control board, then I must go to a next lab and a next lab. We want it all done in one place, so the return time could be affordable, managed more efficiently to bring about the level of productivity and efficiency that's needed within the value chain. We also see that the presence of people just naming strains and naming this and using it for marketing, the presence of a strain registry and the level of cataloging would allow people now to understand what is available on the market and what is expected of the various cultivars which are grown in this region. Next slide. Next slide, please. Right, so even I sent one of my students last year to do some research to understand the knowledge and competencies of the bud tenders, right? And many of these people who sell cannabis at these dispensaries have pretty much no education or idea of the product that they are dispensing. And if it's patient-driven access we are trying to develop, there must be some level of certification and training to understand your product, to be able to identify contaminants and poor quality cannabis, and to be able to communicate effectively with these consumers, right? So we see where the misconceptions based on potencies and so on are very commonplace. And even when we purchased samples from the dispensaries and the recorded number of the recorded potency that is being advertised, we see where the actual value tends to be a bit lower. So we have seen where the inflation of THC values is a sort of perceived high quality. So we tend to see those stuff that test higher potency is top shelf cannabis and catches higher prices, right? But in fact, the actual testing to ensure that this is the actual true value of these is not necessarily happening. So we see a lot of misinformation being communicated to these consumers, and they are probably not getting that consistent relief and demand from the products that they are purchasing. Next slide. All right, so this is a graph that shows the heavy metal content in some, cannabis flowers in different parts of, Jamaica. We know Jamaica has an issue with arsenic and cadmium, and we see cadmium CD where we see levels of 2.07, 1.27, and that's pretty high based on the retention of cadmium within the mesophyll tissue of these plants. And we also see where the levels of sodium in some samples are pretty high. And sodium accumulates in the soil because of over-fertilization, right? So not understanding the right concentrations to use and the accumulation of sodium and not being biologically available to the plants, we see that it deteriorates the soil structure, it reduces porosity, it increases pH. So growing plants in soils that have high sodium accumulation, you're going to be fighting constantly to really get that true genetic potential of that plant grown. So testing your substrates, your soil, is also critical to understanding the sort of contaminants that might be retained within those mesophyll tissues of those plants. Next slide. Yes, so testing for pesticides. That's a very sticky one because we don't even test for pesticides for our local produced food, right? And this really, I always wonder, why is it that when we want to export, we are always ready to meet standards, but for our own local consumption, we don't pay attention or install any sort of practices to maintain those things. So, pesticide residue. Cannabis is known to many pests, right? And even in recent times with cannabis reform in the region, we saw the introduction of 2 new pests that weren't here previously, and I will show them shortly. But the issue with pesticide residue, one of the main concerns is that the heavy metals that are in these pesticides if combusted at very high temperatures, which is generally in vaporizing, smoking, these compounds would break bonds and replicate very deadly, hazardous chemicals similar to cyanide. So it's not about smoking one spliff or vaporizing one time, but consistent use over a long period could really build confidence and reputation in the industry, both locally and regionally. So consumers who use cannabis for any purpose want to require quality, consistency, and replicability. The cultivators also need to differentiate between quality and levels of contamination to understand what are you producing and what practices are you going to take to improve your production mechanism. So the use of SOPs, standard operating procedures, are key to training your staff and understanding the sort of competence and accountability which is required within a sort of industry. We also need to optimize our post-harvest and storage conditions. We also need, where the areas of dispensing cannabis, the medical practitioners need to be aware of the needs of the consumers and need to be able to communicate effectively through the bud tenders to bridge that gap. Next slide. Right, so we know there are challenges, right? We know that as the world turns and cannabis policy becomes more commonplace, we see that the shifting in the regulatory landscape from adult use cannabis to medicinal cannabis, and we see that the Caribbean has administered sacramental rights which could have serious economic potential if managed properly as a sort of niche market. We see where other movements and religions have developed products such as halal and kosher products. So the administering of sacramental cannabis and defining cannabis and applying intellectual property practices could bring about some economic value in administering sacramental herb. We understand the complex process is very complicated, but we want to ensure that the best practices are trained and practiced throughout the cannabis value chain. We also currently have limited access to certified reference material. So that's why the provision of funding for research at the university levels, at the academic institutions, is key to making prudent decisions in understanding cannabis and how we administer it to the wider public. Next slide. So in conclusion, next slide. So in conclusion, we know that the Caribbean region, particularly the archipelago, is one that's very unique in its biogeography, in its socioeconomic demographics. Traditionally, we had producer countries and we had consumer countries. Now we see that every island is trying to install an export-oriented industry where exporting cannabis to the first world is extremely difficult, right? The trade that we see taking place happens in tonnage. If not tonnage, the issue of adding value, providing high-quality extracts, non-solvent. So adding value is critical to accessing these international markets. So we also see where back in the day in the illegal market, cannabis probably was the most intra-regional horticultural crop traded and catches the highest economic value. An example, St. Vincent supplied cannabis to Barbados, and this was a very lucrative trade. Dominica supplied cannabis to Martinique and Guadeloupe, and this was very lucrative. But from we see that the process of cannabis reform has taken place, we see that a lot of dumping is taking place from inferior cannabis products coming from North American shores, particularly Canada and the United States. And we all know the A grade, the B grade is staying in these jurisdictions, and we are getting the F grade, the G grade, which is of real inferior quality. We also see a lot of inferior products, shampoos, lotions, and when we test these products, we see negligible cannabinoids in there. So more needs to be done to regulate the importation, or, well, we see now there's a new war on drugs at our shores, where the United States is in the Caribbean fighting war on drugs, particularly with Venezuela. And that Colombian herb that comes into the Caribbean region is definitely contaminated with some type of substance which is sprayed on to really bring about this sort of drug addiction or real narcotic type of euphoria associated with that. So we welcome these measures, but what do we do in space of these measures to develop our own competence, right? So enacting progressive cannabis legislation across territories is very complex. The interconnectedness based on culture, based on marketing, based on business, based on the ability to grow cannabis sustainably, such as a country that uses desalinated water to grow cannabis versus natural water will always have an advantage based on cost production. So those are things that we need to look at if we are to integrate and develop this industry regionally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel, for such an insightful delivery. I am certain that we could do much better than that and put our hands together in a proper way to show some appreciation for what was said. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we will be hosting a couple questions, maybe about 5, keep it short. I'm particularly impressed, and I know that we can all sit here and continue to listen. This whole history, this science, this intricate process in a developing industry. And sometimes we ourselves don't quite appreciate how much and how deep this stuff goes. 2025 is an interesting year in the development of cannabis industry in the region. And I'm particularly happy that we here in SVG have taken the opportunity and taken the task of carrying that process forward. So we take a couple questions.
I got 2 questions. First one is, you mentioned the IP of basically genetics. That comes with knowing what that genetic is. Through doing that, you use, obviously, as you know, DNA sequencing and all of that stuff. Yes. So do you think that and I think so, but do you think that there's a need for a DNA sequencing bank, basically, to protect the intellectual property of, traditional farmers or, land-raised cultivars that we have? Do we want to delve into the crossing of land-raised cultivars to prohibit and promote the said cannabinoid profiles that we want and that are beneficial to the area? So do you think that's something that's important? That's first question, so I'll let you answer it first.
Yeah, so yes, that is a very good point. That's interesting. So, like in terms of Jamaica, we have a national seed policy that has been sitting down for quite some time. I know other countries have looked to develop seed policies on how we can maintain IP and geographical indicators for these. Like even in strain registration in registering Caribbean Queen, we had to go to Scotland to actually deposit it within their seed bank to get that accountability and referencing. So we need to have some sort of regional standards that could really protect, because there's value in IP. And as I said previously, the tropical regions, particularly this sort of cultural significance that we have with herb, we will see production coming to our shores in the future based on these things. And those are some of the critical aspects that we need to ensure that the economic value of patenting cultivars and strains and practices are important to the sustainability in the longer run for our children and grandchildren.
And then second question, you obviously made it known that you prefer organic cultivation. You don't rely on salts, if you will, for your fertilization. So my question is, obviously phosphorus is phosphorus. People argue that in the industry, international industry, you know this. Do you think that the source of that phosphorus or that nitrogen, whether it be from urea versus a natural form of bat guano or feather meal or something of that nature, do you think that derivative of that nutrient molecule matters to the systemic response of the plant? So yields, terpene profiles, THC, yes, all of that stuff.
Very much so, because we have seen that the synthetic phosphorus that produced from urea, it's more biologically available to the plant, and it produces more rock-solid buds, right? So in the tropical space particularly, rock-solid buds tend to have a higher proliferation of fungal mycelium. So using natural sources, you could mitigate that sort of aesthetic condition based on not producing a very rock-solid bud, but having something which is a little bit more airy that could reduce other sort of botrytis proliferation. But it's all up to the growers' practices to ensure that they adhere to the best practices and dosage that are recommended by the manufacturers.
Hey, hi, morning. I wanted to zero in on the pest you mentioned from India. Mm-hmm. You kind of glossed over where you said that a lot of growers and cultivators would notice it as
a nutrient deficiency, yes.
But it's actually the pest. Can you say that unequivocally, because we're seeing that in Trinidad and actually trying to find a way thinking?
I can say that unequivocally, that I have seen it many times. I struggled with it when I first saw it for about a good couple years. I could not be able to identify it, and it was somebody from the Asian continent that visited me and said, no, let's look closer. And when I looked, I could see the sort of small rice grains feeding on these petioles. And it's easy to knock down, but it's very persistent in the environment. So in order to suppress it is really sanitation. So how do you sanitize your field and don't leave debris after harvest? Clean up your post-harvest rooms, ensure your place is always clean. And that will reduce the load based on this particular pest.
So traditional IPM should keep it down?
Traditional, yes, sure, okay. Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, greetings. Yeah, Dr. Emmanuel, you're so right when we talk about the farm hygiene, because both in cultivation and post-harvesting, critical stages when it comes to the farm hygiene. Because I did some inspection on some farms around the region, and what I saw the close proximity of plants, and they do not get enough aeration through. And this caused a lot of problems when it comes to the suckers. And also the post-harvesting, well, also I saw persons cleaning the herb and trimming the herb. But at the end of the day, if they have lunch, they don't leave where they are to have lunch. They have lunch right there. I see them walking bare feet. And I see them with the tarpaulin and all the dirt residue on the tarpaulin. After you've taken all this hard work to cultivate and produce the herb, and the latter part, which is the post-harvesting, and you get all these foreign bodies, it causes a problem. So we as traditional farmers should be very, very careful and mindful of these practices, because if not, we will not reach the standards that we want to reach.
Sure. And what I can say for this, my more than 20 years experience growing, cannabis, I've seen the best and I've seen the worst, right? And some things I have seen is extremely disheartening. Some conditions cannabis is grown under, stored under, packaged under, and distributed to the actual public is totally unacceptable, not even for animal consumption, much less for like humans. So understanding quality is going to allow the wider public to be more acceptable towards cannabis reform, cannabis medicine, and I know administering cannabis as a therapeutic substance. So we are here, but we still need more to reach where we need to go, and it's a work in progress. As I know, there is no perfect legislation, but I actually commend the authorities and the government for really providing us with a platform that we can build on and sort of look towards the future based on, cannabis-derived medicines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Hi. My name is Daphne. Thank you for your presentation today. Sure. It was really informative. My question is around the use of medical cannabis with children, let's say, who are struggling with epilepsy. And I see in your presentation today that you made a warning about the youth using cannabis. So what's your position as a researcher when it comes to the use of cannabis in the children population that are dealing with health issues?
Right, and this is where quality assurance really comes in, because I go to dispensaries, we actually collect samples, and we normally ask for if you are growing a CBD cultivar. And normally, most dispensaries do not engage in CBD dominant cultivars, right? And even when they say they have CBD and we test these cultivars, we see levels of THC. But it's more complex than that, because I brought some certified hemp clones from the United States, and that were less than 0.3% THC. And when I grew those clones in the tropical climate, we saw THC levels of 5 and 6%. So the sort of solar radiation based on infrared light could be allowing dormant genes to now express themselves in a tropical climate. So I do believe in treating adolescents with CBD, particularly for epilepsy, ADH, those sort of conditions. They are very beneficial, and research has shown. So what I see taking place is the importation of more products that have gone through the clinical process based on how these products are used in terms of treating those various conditions. So it is important for the industry to understand and ensuring that what the customer demands is actually what they receive. Because a consumer a young child using cannabis for epilepsy, and we are giving them CBD, but not aware of the levels of THC in that product, could be harmful to the development of this adolescent too. So we need to be concerted of the approach that we take based on the regulatory framework in administering cannabis publicly, particularly to other younger kids.
But in Canada, we're seeing something really different. We have children, for example, who are using high level of THC, and that's what's best for them. That's working better than CBD, for example.
Yeah, well, it really depends, based on the condition. What we know through research, that your endocannabinoid receptors are very different based on male, female, body mass index, and age, right? So as long as the research is done to provide the evidence, we should now be able to support these evidence by doing the necessary work which is needed.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for your answer.
Okay, thank you. We have, another question.
Wow.
We take this one and then, okay.
Greetings, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel, for your very enlightening presentation. My question is, what's next when it comes to medicinal cannabis in the Caribbean, not only here in St. Vincent and Grenadines, but how are we now going to implement everything that we have been taught today in order for us to really plan for the future?
Yeah, well, it has to be a community-based effort. It has to be all hands on deck. We in the Caribbean are very enlightened people, and we are very educated in many different disciplines. So I believe and I know that if we really have the energy and the idea to bring it together, we as a community, we have been disenfranchised for so long. Now is the opportunity with, look at this Cannabliss Fest. People from all walks of life, from all different parts of the Caribbean region is in a central place and focused on a single species of plant. So if we can do this just here, I believe we can do much more as a Caribbean community.
Yeah, greetings all. One question. There is a growing school of thought suggesting that the consumption of cannabis in its raw vegetative state has relevance with regards to its phytoactive attribution towards health and wellness, to include the consumption of microgreens. What is your take on that, and does that have relevance in terms of moving forward in terms of our health and wellness agenda?
Sure, and there's a recent publication that came out from Stellenbosch University in South Africa that showed that the phytochemicals that were found in the non-psychoactive plant, which is an immature cannabis plant, and the sort of therapeutic value associated with these chemicals. And this publication is a first publication that really proves that point, that the issue of cannabis as a vegetable matter for preventative measures does have a common place in terms of the whole therapeutic value of prevention, rather than being reactive based on curing. So including cannabis leaves within smoothies, using hemp hearts, those things could provide some sort of health and wellness. So I mentioned that the issue of culinary events, those things could be marketed properly in the region and really merge into a sort of tourism marketing products that we have, and we could actually propel these sort of practices based on our health and wellness tourism.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. We did say that we would take 5 questions. However, there is a student who has some interest, and please permit me to facilitate this other question coming from this student. Now, permit me to say as well that we're going to transition from this session into the next session, which would be followed by a lunch break. So we have this student,
And then that's it.
and we try to move on in the interest of time. Thank you very much. Student?
Good morning, everybody. So remember, our country is rich in soil and everything. Our soil is very fertile in America, and remember how our water is rich in minerals. So why do we have to depend on foreign weed? Why we can't just build our sources, the Caribbean countries come together and as one to join a force and create something much better to export and everything.
Yeah, well, I don't think we are dependent on foreign cannabis. I think it's just that the way the market is currently being dictated, particularly when you have first world countries that have over-invested in production, such as Canada, where it grows way more herb than the market demands. And what are they going to do with this surplus? And what we see currently, it's being dumped on the developing world, and it's the inferior products that are sprayed with all sorts of enhancements and terpenes profiled to have perceived better quality cannabis, but really old cannabis. So I think that the cannabis which is locally grown has a better resonation and connection with our people here. And it's well known in soil science that volcanic soils are not necessarily the best fertile soils. They are very good based on their structure. So they tend to have good, porosity. They tend to drain well. They tend to have good pH values that actually propel plant growth. But the availability of nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphate, so on tends to be very low. So the use of nutrients could really supplement and put those two together to really get a much better quality product.
Okay, so we thank you very much for the question, participation. What a session this has been for the morning. I want you again to put your hands together for Dr. Emmanuel and an excellent session. At this point, we're going to invite Dr. Duncan and Dr. James to the podium, and Dr. Davy, where we would be having a presentation of these doctors' experience dealing with patients and administering cannabis, medicinal cannabis, in an effort to treat various issues and conditions. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much. We wish if you don't leave, we wish if participants could just go with a...
Listen, we're going to do something special. They had organized a little snack for everybody, right? We don't want persons to leave. We want you to go up there, grab a snack, come back to your chair. The doctors don't mind you eating whilst you're... We have, no, we have the moderator today as Dr. Davy, an infectious disease specialist, and she's going to do the introductions accordingly of the panel.
Good morning. Come and take your seats. Let's get this party started. So welcome everyone. If you're not Vincentian, welcome to the Vinci party. And I'm contracted without pay. Dr. Thompson, you're hearing me? I'm contracted without pay to be the host for this short session. And on the podium, I have with me my colleagues.
We could have a conversation.
Officer and medicinal cannabis advocate. That surrounds medicinal cannabis. So all of that, that's what we're going to talk about now. So come, let's do this. We know you're hungry, but hunger goes. So let's have the conversation. So you would start by telling them your experience, and then they would ask you some questions.
Okay, thanks again. I think, from the outset, I just wanted to make one thing clear that, we've been struggling in health and in medicine over the years of trying to align what is traditional medicine, what is not traditional medicine. And there have been historically antagonisms between these two. But I think if we were to look back just a little bit, the most ancient of societies that have evolved and are doing quite well for themselves, these two forms of medicine have coexisted peacefully alongside each other, and the populations have benefited. So, I say this to put some context to it, so that, when we talk later on about what some of the stigma is and so forth, and we would, probably talk about what is driving that stigma, whether or not it's fair that's driving it, or whether or not it's fact. So I started prescribing, time is getting away from me these days. You don't even remember. It must have been probably, 5 years, about 5 years now. Initially the demand was patient-driven. So patients would turn up and they would request. They would see it in the media, they'd read it somewhere, and they'll come to ask. That was for the first 2 years or so. And then as things grew, the experience grew in the practice, you would actually recommend it to some patients that you've tried everything else. And we had the conversation about epilepsy and THC in children. If you're having a child who's having 15 seizures a day, and who could hardly feed, and who could hardly be socially involved, you had to have a conversation about using THC, and that's one of the things. So my use in my practice usually is around chronic pain. For once, people with sciatica, people with lumbar spondylosis and so forth, people who are on chemotherapy and having difficulty with the nausea when the regular things are not working for them. Quite a few patients with insomnia, who have difficulty falling asleep and staying asleep. And of course, you have patients who have pain and for some reason can't tolerate the regular pain medications or would not want to use those pain medications. So that's generally what the profile of my patients would look like. I'll let Jimmy to talk now.
Well, I look to you for more experience, Dr. Duncan, but with regards in my profiling as well, the majority of the patients that I have been seeing as have been coming with chronic pain, also neuropathic. We see a lot of sleep deprivation, insomnia, as well as anxiety-related prescriptions. I've had a few. Well, these are more like if we have the foreigners coming in. I've seen a few of those, some PTSD-related symptoms as well as the chemotherapy-induced nausea, vomiting, as well as pain, cancer-related pain. That's been my experience generally in terms of patient outcome. I've already seen pediatric patients per se, but I think in terms of our general population, that's kind of what we see mainly.
And what would you say has been your experience, perhaps comparing 2024 to 2025? Do you find more persons, less persons are coming forward?
Oh, well, definitely. In comparison, I've seen people actually coming now with more piqued interest in terms of wanting to, at least first timers to try medicinal cannabis. So what I think is happening is that we have a lot more outreach in terms of the media. Everyone is now doing more research, and I think generally internationally as well, everyone is trying to go towards a more of a herbal medicine, trying to get away from big pharma and the generic pain medicine relief, or just in terms of generic medicine on a whole. So one of the problems or difficulties I'm having right now is that, as I said, I like a more holistic approach. It's not to say that there are patients who come who only want medicinal cannabis, Dr. Duncan related, in which case, education is a big factor in terms of that. But then you still see patients coming now saying that, I heard this, or I had a friend who tried it, and, so there's a much higher uptake of patients currently.
And you, Dr. Duncan?
It's pretty much similar, as Jamita pointed out. So the demand has grown. So it's not just patient-driven now. I'm actually offering patients this option, and people are more willing to accept it. One of the things that I discovered for me as the prescribing numbers grew is that you have to have a closer interaction with your pharmacist also, because it's very important, that your pharmacist, is on board and could ask the patients the right questions when they come to fill the prescriptions, so that what a drugs interaction you have and what predisposition patients might have. So it's always important to have a pharmacist that you could have a ping away, so you could call and say, oh, wait, I'm not sure about this one. Could we think, yeah, that's fine, and we good. Or the pharmacist, vice versa, could call and say, well, you send a prescription here, and any queries or any questions you have. So building that relationship is important also.
And what's the age range you've been interacting with in terms of medicinal cannabis?
Oh, I see adults primarily. I might see a child or two occasionally upon the request of a parent or something.
No, as in are they 15 to 25?
Oh, okay.
The elderly?
It ranges though. There's some outliers. So you have elderly people with severe osteoarthritis that you go, those people in the 60s, heading 70s, and you have them as young. Because one of the things we have in this country, especially people who do physical work, a lot of the work is not done in an ergonomic way. So they end up hurting themselves, and they hurt themselves repeatedly. And then they end up with this, severe pain, particular back pain and lumbar pain. So it ranges from somewhere between young as 19 all the way up to 70 plus.
I would agree. I see more from early 20s, and it can go up to the elderly population as well. Same.
Do you have any funny stories? I know I had some.
It's probably not funny when you think about it after, though. But it's important that your dosing, starting low and going slow is important. And having that conversation with your patient about the dosing, particularly things like tinctures, and knowing exactly how much is one drop. And so that's why it's important for two things. Make sure you speak to the patient well enough. Make sure the patient display to you that they understand what you've just told them by repeating it to you in their own words, and also try to get the family involved. So there's one patient, one of the other things we had prescribed for was a patient with severe endometriosis and severe menstrual pain. And unfortunately, the drops weren't counted properly, took way too much, and you had the phone calls going in the middle of the night, and I can't sleep, heart racing, mouth dry, I'm seeing things, the place is dark, and that sort of thing. So that was just a reminder again for me to also always make sure that the patient is well counseled. So you have counseling at the doctor's office and also when you go to the pharmacy to fill your prescription.
Dr. James, any funny stories?
I mean, I don't know in the context right now if it's as funny. This patient wasn't particularly my patient, but is a patient who was taking medicinal cannabis. I remember a couple of years ago. So she was taking it, and it was a tincture she was using. And per se, someone in the household got use of the tincture, not knowing it was medicinal cannabis oil, and, went ahead to use it for cooking. So, in doing that, the said person, family member, obviously started to experience the symptoms. And they were, the patient was quite like, what's happening, I don't know. But on further detailed history and interrogation, realized they used the oil. And the symptoms they were experiencing was because of that. So, as Dr. Duncan was alluding to, patient education, when I first started to realize you have to be a little bit more in-depth, a little bit more personal in terms of interacting with the patients. Follow-up care is very important. Make sure that, labels are there. Make sure that everyone in the household also is aware of what's happening, what they're using, the effects that can happen if, accidents like that may occur. So, yeah.
Do you find that people tend to stay on a regimen? What I mean, like somebody comes and you prescribe them medicinal cannabis. What are the percentage, estimated of course, of persons who would keep coming back for prescriptions instead of saying, okay, I tried it and I'm over, it doesn't work for me, or I don't want to take this anymore?
Interestingly enough, when I first started, I like to follow up with my patients either within the first week to 2 weeks just to see how they're managing, if they're having sufficient relief, so that on a monthly follow-up, then I'll know if we need to increase or address accordingly. And generally, the patients themselves will reach out before I actually get to them, and you realize that they themselves see the benefit that's from using the product. Most of them would either stay, or if it's a case where they need more adequate pain relief, then that's something they can adjust. But generally, they stay until they get relief.
But do you have patients who have been on it for like a year, 2 years, 3 years, that they keep it as their pain relief?
Well, I won't say that. I will say like after, on average, 3 to 6 months, I see, again, this is from my experience in our population as well, they have a tendency to kind of like use it as needed after that. once they start to experience the benefits.
And for the persons with chronic pain, would they stay?
Similar to what Jamit was pointing out, but one of the things about it though, I don't know, when you write a prescription for cannabis, you know how much time it takes, and it's something that the authority needs to look at though. You have to fill out this form in triplicate, you have to stamp it 3 times, then you have to do the prescription in duplicate, and you have to have it stamped again 3 times. So that alone is a bit of a problem, okay? And you know, on the one hand. On the other hand, these products are usually available only in private practice. So they're not available in public practice. And the people in public practice are not different than those who attend private practice. So we probably need to have another conversation around how could we make these in the public practice, so, you know, whether it's from the government purse or whether it's as a subsidized raise through the government, so that these other patients could have access to these medications. Because sometimes people don't turn up, not because they don't want it anymore, but because they can't afford it anymore, because they have to pay a fee to come to the doctor, then they have to go buy the medication. So it's a little bit of a deterrent. And then, you know, I mean, doctors are saying that they come from writing all this paper and doing all of this, then, you know, it becomes a little more difficult. On the other hand, I could prescribe morphine on a single sheet, on a single prescription, and everybody happy, and there's not a problem with that. But most people, by and fast, tend to stay in it, and as Jamito said, that they use it as sort of when needed. So my pain is better now for these 2 weeks. I'm going to use it when I need. I'll come back.
Agree there. There's just stemming on that as well. Here, at least in St. Vincent, just the process alone of getting prescribed it's tedious, at least for me. And I can imagine from a patient point of view, you know, you're already experiencing X amount of symptoms, to then have to come and see someone specifically, to then have to wait, because then we're not in control sometimes of when they can actually get the drug. So it comes back to having a good relationship with your pharmacist. You know, in some cases where you know it will benefit them as quickly as possible, then, you know, you can reach out, you can say, okay, I've written this prescription, expect this person, you know, how can we help to expedite this, you know, this process? Because it can be tedious in most cases. I get calls and I'm like, oh, well, I'm not sure how long it would take, you know, and so forth like that.
Well, I suppose a good electronic health record, national for use, both public and private, would help. And of course, with Dr. Duncan being an advocate in the Ministry of Health for such a program, we can overcome such hurdles. But let's switch gears a little and talk about the stigma associated to medicinal cannabis. What are you seeing a few years later? Is the stigma still there? Is it worse?
I remember when we started all this, initially about 5 years ago, a couple churches started calling, well, we need you to come to church to talk about this marijuana they want to give people, and, you know, people are going to be smoking weed and all of that down the road. And there was this misunderstanding of what it is. Fast forward to today, it's much better. Some of these very same people saying, you know, well, I should explore it because I've been using X, Y, and Z for how many years, I've not been having any relief, and I'm willing and more open. And I think that is because people are seeing that it is making a difference for patients, and patients are actually telling their stories on the one hand. And this, you know, the whole idea that everybody would have been wrong, every corner smoking weed, you know, that people see that is not the outcome, that's not what has happened. So I think, you know, the stigma has gone a little bit, but there's still stigma in some sections of society, and even stigma for physicians who's saying, I'm not no weed doctor, I'm not prescribing any weed and that sort of thing. So, you know, we still have to talk a little bit about that. And I think, you know, we're not involved actively in research, but we need to make sure we have access to data and information as they come ahead. The same thing, kind of research and data we follow for cancers, the same thing we need to do when it comes to cannabis use, because the body of literature is not very big compared to what exists in traditional medicine. So we need to build that, or we need to find ways the doctors and patients could share their experiences, and that we could, even things that go wrong, you know, unwanted effects, adverse effects that you didn't expect, that we need to find a way to document those and to study these.
So the adverse effects can be documented the same way you document any other drug. There's a platform for that. So just that physicians remember that that's available. Through the pharmacy, you can just document if somebody had an adverse effect. You think we should open up the floor? Persons really want to ask us about our experience, or you have more to say? So now it's time to engage you. If you have any questions that you would like to ask us about our experience as prescribers of medicinal cannabis. That snack is making you all very shy.
Yeah.
What's in it?
Hi, so my name is Aika. I'm from Canada. I'm a medical cannabis patient with fibromyalgia, and I've been using medical cannabis for, I want to say over 10 years now. I guess one of the biggest issues I have is around the medical schools and the curriculum. In the West Indies, is that something that's integrated within your curriculum in the medical schools, whether doctors now are learning about medical cannabis and how to properly prescribe? And it's also a space where research is integrated within the curricula as well, so I wanted to know about that. Thank you.
Well, I trained in Cuba, so you know the answer there is a hard no. So maybe my colleagues can tell you. She was asking about the curriculum and medicinal cannabis, if it's now being integrated into curriculum.
In our medical schools that we have here, I don't think it is. And for most physicians, it is self-learning, and the Medicinal Cannabis Authority also provides some training also for physicians that you could do. It's not in our nursing school curriculum either, so I think this is something that we need to explore.
To become a prescriber, you do have to take courses. You have retraining and recertification.
Good morning. I have a few questions I will really love to ask, being a patient myself. How do we, as patients, how do we balance the THC versus the CBD for our particular needs, especially when it comes to anxiety and period cramps? That's just one question.
Could you repeat the question, please?
How do we balance THC versus the CBD for a patient's particular need? For example, anxiety or period cramps or pain related.
But for the anxiety, I usually start with the CDB first, and I go slow and go up. And if you have a point where you think that, well, the patient says, look, I'm clearly not getting better, this is not good, then I'll start on the THC. Start low, again, and slow until you get to where you want to be. For your period cramps, I'd rather, in my practice, I go for THC, over the CDBs for that.
Great, awesome. As I said, I have a few questions. Another question is, how do we think, or how will we better understand the interactions with the CBD and the THC with other medicines that we might be taking?
Well, in terms of interactions, it's more so, particularly for the CBD, is the interactions occur more at higher levels. Generally, when you're first starting off, I don't foresee much interactions, but that all depends on the dose that we're starting off at, or if you progressively start tailoring upwards, we can look at interactions. More so the interactions are like drugs that affect like the the CYP450 chromosome enzyme pathway. So once we get to that area, then we start to think, okay, try not to use these drugs or be aware that those interactions can occur.
And last question, just one last question. How do we how do we, I know there's a thin line between intake and abuse. How do we, clarify the differences in between? Because I know in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, there's a lot of substance abuse when it comes to the medicinal, where people are now being addicted more to the medicinal than the local strain. So how do we, manage?
I don't know how that can really be done, because if legally you have a prescription, we're not going home with everybody. So we can tell them do 2 drops, and some of them going to do 4. It's just the same as when you tell them take 2 paracetamols, they take 500.
Right.
Because the pain didn't go away, so I think I need more. So it's rooted in constant education and letting people know, even though it's natural, that side effects can be had, just as the same as any other drug or food that you put into your body. But it's really down to an individual level and how people perceive health and everything else.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It's really down to the individual. Same way if you prescribe generic medications, ibuprofen or even tramadol, support like that, there are going to be the patients who specifically follow the instructions, and there are going to be those, for example, who are, if they're used to the medication, they're like, okay, I know this dose isn't going to do anything for me. I'm going to start at 100 instead of the 50. Same thing in terms of medicinal cannabis.
Yeah, there's some telltale signs though. So if you give somebody a prescription 2 weeks ago and they're back again 2 weeks after, something is going on here. So you need to, you need to have a conversation with them. And there's some signs of dependency that you should be able to recognize. And again, your pharmacist is going to be important, because I had one client in particular, and the pharmacist called up, oh no, well, to make sure patients don't have to make repeated visits to the office. It's going to cost them. I'm going to lose anyway, but it's going to cost them, and they need the medication. So you give them repeats. And you would go today to get 1 refill, and next week you're there, and the pharmacist called and say, oh no, something is going on. What should I do? Should I give him? Don't give him? I said, don't give him, because what you gave him last week, he should have had, and he should not have consumed all of it. But there are 2 things that could be happening there. 1, he's abusing it. Or 2, he's now a salesman. So he's selling around the corner, So these are some things we need to just think.
Oh, but they're smarter than that, They have lots of excuses. So it'll be like, I lost it, it got wet, somebody stole it. There are quite a few things that people come up with. And sometimes they share it with their family members too. Yeah.
So thank you. Michael Crowitz, working in the United States, mostly with the veterans community. And I guess I have a 2-part question. In the United States, decades ago, we established the qualification under state medical cannabis laws for post-traumatic stress, PTSD, as a qualifying condition. We did so as a veterans issue to break through the bureaucracy and to get it done. But it was really for all patients. Most patients did quite easily take advantage of the program, but first responders a little bit less, and police first responders the least. They were the least, we would know them personally through organizations and know that they had a very high rate of post-traumatic stress, but they weren't seeking relief. So I guess the 2-part question is, one is, what is your experience with cannabis for post-traumatic stress? And the second is, maybe even more generally, who do you think is harder reach populations for post-traumatic stress, or other qualifications that you think or you feel like they would benefit in your community, but they're not being reached by the medical cannabis program as it is?
Okay, so the PTSD related patients for me, I haven't seen a lot. In fact, the few that I've seen have actually been patients who've already been taking it. So it would have been patients who, as you said, lived abroad, either from ex-militants, and they've already had the experience. So there was really no problem in prescribing. It was more of tailoring the dose for them. In terms of getting the outreach and who will be more, I guess the issue is, I can't speak per se in the American Army or police force or so forth, but I guess in those institutions, that stigma still exists regarding medicinal marijuana, or just people see it as, they don't see it as medicine, they still see it as as marijuana, and the issue there will be trying to just remove that stigma. Education is going to be a big factor there in terms of explaining, getting it out there. I guess outreach programs would be good as well. People who's actually benefited, relaying the benefits from it. I mean, that's as far as I can see right now. In regard to St. Vincent, I guess it's the same thing here in terms of institutions, just seeing it as, if you use this product, some people, especially the older population, they still see it, oh, it's marijuana, then it's going to be a gateway drug for me to go to something else. And I think that fear still exists deep down in the mind, even if they've been educated, even if they're aware that, okay, I'm not going to start, going to heroin from this. It's still a fact that in their mind, rooted deep down, it's like, if I start this, then, maybe I'm going to want to be curious about something else. And, it's really hard to dig out that mindset from certain individuals, especially if you're already in an institution, for example, the army or the police force, because you're so disciplined there. Is already, they're very trained to just stick to one way.
Very well, we have final 2 questions.
Hi, my name is Daphne Elisma. I'm from Canada. I'm the founder of OBE, the Voice of Medical Cannabis Patients. We're an advocacy group, and I have 2 questions for you here today. The first question is, on the average, how much do patients spend on a monthly basis for their medication? And the second question is, what's your take on the fact that, from an international law perspective, patients, they can't really travel with their medication from one country to another. As a physician, how do you see this discrimination that is targeted towards patients who are using this as a prescribed medication? What's your take on these 2 matters? Like, can you please give me a short answer? Thank you.
Well, we start from the second question first, and that's a huge problem too. And because I always have to tell my patients, it's your responsibility to know what the laws are in the country that you're traveling to, so that I don't become liable to tell you that you could take it here or there. But interestingly though, when you open up and you have a conversation with some jurisdictions, I'll talk about 2 in the Caribbean, Barbados for instance. I had a patient, against advice, turn up with his stuff at Grantley Adams International Airport and told them, yes, he had a prescription, here's his prescription. And the chief medical officer contacted me and we had a conversation and he was allowed to go. In Trinidad and Tobago, they allow you, I don't want to be wrong, I can't remember how much ounce is. How much? Yeah? Yeah, but once you give the prescription with an accompanying letter, then they would allow you. But that's just 1 or 2 and it's not structured. And it's not policy, but that is something that I think we need to have a conversation about, that people need to go across borders with their prescriptions. I'm not sure how that is going to affect the recently announced free movement of people in the region, because it is very strange. I lived in St. Lucia for some time, and drug provision was a problem.
But legally, it's a violation of freedom of movement when it comes to international law, because patients, it's a relation between patient and doctor. It should be allowed that this should be recognized as a real medicine. So
I agree with you. I agree, and I think that is what it should be.
Okay. And how much on the average do patients pay monthly here in the Caribbean in St. Vincent?
I'll ask somebody to help me with the cost. But you have to pay, first of all, for a consultation, which varies from physician to physician. And then you have to buy the medication. They're not cheap. So if you're using cigarettes, the ones I know, the spliff, I think it's 15 EC for 1 milligram. So one joint is 1 milligram. That's 15 EC. And if your prescription is usually like, 1 milligram, let's say twice a day. So, count it, it's $30 a day times 30. And then, it varies. Jimmy Twister, the companies. And if you go for the tinctures, they're a little more expensive. The lotions are also a little bit more expensive.
The vapes are like around 100.
Yeah.
The holder, and then the refills, maybe another 120. So it is costly at the moment. And we know we have varying persons selling oils and all these products there. Those prices vary as well. There are some people who have their pain oils, maybe like $30, $40. So it does vary quite a bit depending on where you go. But back up to your second question, which was answered first. Here in country, we have provisions for persons who are coming in without their meds, so they can easily access the medications here. So that helps a bit. So you're coming, you can call ahead of time and have your documents sent. So when you arrive, it's a quick processing. I know you were dying for the longest while, and this is the final question.
All right. Between the traditional medicine and the science, what are the avenues available or potentially available for us to get our Rastafari and traditional grassroots cannabis products into the pharmacies and into your hands for prescribing patients?
So the formats, there are tinctures, creams, vapes, smokables. We don't have the ophthalmic solution here, nor do we have the vaginal ovules as yet. But those are available. Pain creams, yeah.
We also have transdermal. But, bridging the gap, we need to have some conversations once. And we need to be careful, too, because once you can't open the door unregulated practice, So because you need to know, because anybody around the corner can't just come and say, well, I've grown some weed here, this is it, take it, and put it in your pharmacies. So we need to find a way that we could actually get, because there's significant knowledge out there in traditional medicine that we've not been harvesting, we've not been cataloging, we've not been recording, and we need to begin to do that. And we said, there's stories all over about, what a certain bush could do for you if you know what it's used for and so forth. Gerald, want to ask a question?
No, not at all. Not at all. I want to take the liberties of thanking 3 doctors. I'm lucky that I could have 3 senior doctors in St. Vincent Grenadines and my CMO, that they all support the medicinal cannabis process, because from a policy point of view, they're clear outlines. And we've listened to their thing. Dr. Duncan in a meeting said, Gerald, this is stupidness. We got to get rid of this and that. And we have adjusted things to some degree because our regulations allow some element of some flexibility. You mentioned about the visiting qualified patient. Persons from a country, whether Barbados or Antigua, America, or a particular state or Canada, who that has legalized, coming to St. Vincent, it's an easier process to take. However, if you're coming from Russia that hasn't legalized, then it's a little bit tougher and so forth. You're not a visiting qualified patient. So in our laws, we recognize the visiting qualified patient. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to give a round of applause to 3 of our senior doctors here at St. Vincent Grenadines. They've done a great job. Dr. Davey, Dr. Duncan, Dr. James, thank you very much. Wonderful having you here on the panel. Thank you very much. Jimmy, thanks a lot. financial and economic research, money and capital market development, financial and business training. Cannabis research is included in her current research work. She essentially is at the ECCB. And I'm going to go a little short in the thing. But we have this important session that hearing about all the technical stuff of cultivation, the doctors, we still have to talk about the business side. And she is going to give some perspective on that. Let me, without further ado, invite her to the podium. Please sit down.
Thank you so much, everyone. Is the presentation going to be at the back?
Yes, presentation lined up. Let's go, let's get
So,
ready.
I decided to dress in my colorful shirt because I wanted to put some color back into cannabis, you know. And so I wanted to start off with the presentation. It's coming? Okay. So I wanted to start off really by talking about what is the way to unlock the potential of the cannabis industry in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. Because that is important. While we are focusing on medicinal cannabis, we also know there's so much more that can be done within the ambit of the law to drive socioeconomic development. Because that is really what we're about. We need to ensure that we are able to drive socioeconomic development. Because without socioeconomic development, then we don't have stability. We don't have job creation. Without job creation, we can't have growth. Without growth, we really can't have a stable functioning society. And so it's really important when we talk about industry development, we follow the numbers. We ask ourselves, what is the business creation? And I like what Einstein said when he talked about imagination versus knowledge. And basically he says imagination is more important than knowledge because knowledge is only can get you as far as what you know and you understand. But imagination can take us anywhere. And that's what we want to do with cannabis, particularly as we know we have elsewhere. It's growing, it's expanding, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, growing at an astronomical rate. But what section of that do we have? Because unless we speak with the numbers, you get what you measure. If we're not measuring the numbers, then we have to reel and come again. Because at the end of the day, when we face the counter, it's jobs, it's employment, it's business creation, it's value creation. That's what we have to focus on. So I want us to do some numbers. So next slide. I want you to look at some numbers. Because at the ECCB, our mandate is for three things. We have to maintain a stable EC dollar. And now the EC dollars, I think by October, it was 60 years. If my math served me right, it was launched 1965 on the 6th of October. It was a Wednesday. I think we just passed, what today is? Okay, so we ain't get there yet. We soon get to 60, almost. Pegged to the pound sterling, and then now pegged to the US dollar since 1976. Stable and strong, and going nowhere except where we have it. But we have to sustain it. And how we sustain that strong dollar is by making sure we have a stable financial sector. And how we maintain a stable financial sector is to have a strong, robust, ongoing, vibrant economic sector. Because when you have a job, you then pay off your loan. If you don't have a job, then you have non-performing loans. And if non-performing loans, the bank then have to make provisions for that, which means they have less money to unlend. It also means that they look for other ways to recover. So they try fees, they try everything else because they have to recover that funds. So we have to understand the circularity of our economic cycle and how everything interplays and interreacts with that to create our situation and our future potential and prospects. So, if I move from there, next slide. This is our growth. Our growth suggests how is our economy going from year to year. It's on our ECCB website. and the presentation would be circulated. Now, a few years ago, we said we need growth to be at least 5%. And in 2023, Governor Antoine, in his transformation agenda, a decade of transformation, launched what was termed the Big Push. And he asked the question, how do we double our economic output over the next 10 years? So it means if he gave the challenge in 2023, by 2033, you have to report, right? And say, what have you done? And the issue is, how do we grow an economy? We go and doubling growth and prosperity, then we will be stagnating. So what we have to talk about in the cannabis industry is, where are we creating jobs? Where are we creating opportunities? Where are we maximizing potential? Next slide. So if you look here, you would see I have some issues that anchor the results that we see. We have siloed economic sectors, and we know that. We would have agriculture, but it's not linked to our tourism because we're importing everything, right? We would have arts and theater, but it is not growing when you look at other things we are importing. So because we have siloed, disconnected individual economic sectors, it means that you can't get that robust where one fuels the other, where one pushes the other. If you think about it, if you and I come together, we push each other. If I have a fast runner in front of me, I'm going to speed up. But if the runner in front of me starts to slow down, I then feel tired too. So what we have to do is find out, how do we include not just chasing investments. That's important. But what we have to focus on is not just investment growth, but productivity-led growth. Why? When you get investments, they peak. You might do a plant, construction goes up, but after that, it goes. You taper off. If you don't have productivity growth, which means ongoing value creation, which creates ongoing job creation, then what you have is an economy that really stabilizes, and not stabilizes, really tapers off, and somewhere along just trudging along but not peaking. Okay, it's not soaring. And that means you don't have jobs creating at the rate that you need to create the transformation. And so when we think about the cannabis industry, we have to ask, where are the investments? Are they just investment-led, or are they productivity-led? And that's what we have to look at. We need both. We need a little jump start, but what we need even more is the productivity-led growth. So, next slide. This shows all the areas in red. And I just brought St. Vincent because St. Vincent is one of the performers based on the indicators at 3.5, I think. But if you look at this, the areas in red underscore the point about siloed economic areas, because you're not seeing agriculture twinning with other areas, and you're not seeing education pulling up other areas. So you're asking yourself, where is the disconnect? And that's what we have to look for in the cannabis industry. Next slide. Next slide. So what we have to look for is not just growth, but we also have to make sure that we are growing in a way consistent with regulations, right? Because correspondent banking is a serious issue. I mean, we have to trade. Our trade in the region on average is around 25 billion EC. That's almost 1 billion US, right? Because it's 1 to 2.7. So just round it off, make it nice. If we don't have an intermediary to be able to move stuff to the world and the world to us, then we're in problems. The economy will shut down. So while we are pursuing productivity-led growth, we have to do it in a responsible manner. Next slide, because you're going to have FATF, the Financial Task Force, Action Task Force, and they want to make sure that we're not dealing in anything illicit. It's not that you can't deal in cannabis, What you have to make sure is that you follow best practices, traceability. You have to be transparent, have good governance. So if you get that out right, then you can move on to now say, where are we going with this industry? Next slide. So here is how we have to think about the industry by not having siloed, insulated sectors. Because the cannabis industry touches on everything. It touches on education. It touches on resource management, because that is water, that is electricity, that's sustainable practices. That is the issue of, are we looking for green energy so that we can reduce our damage to the environment with greenhouse gases? It speaks to wealth and creation and income distribution. It speaks to social security stability. We have a derived benefit contributions, a benefits-led scheme. So if you are benefits-led, it means I am paying for those who have a pension. And I am hoping that the young people, that's why I always looking after my young people, I always advocating for them. Because guess what? If they decide, listen boss, I ain't working it, this system ain't for me, well, I up a creek without a paddle. Because I don't pay for who went, but who is there to pay for me? And let us bring it back home. Who is the backstop for Social Security? The government. So once we put more pressure on the government has less fiscal space to deal with social safety nets and other issues and development agenda. And so when we think about the cannabis, we have to think about tourism, food and beverage, social networks and linkages. We have to think about the Rastafari culture preservation. We have to think about medicinal and health and wellness. We have to think about poverty and crime reduction, because the devil finds things for either hands to do. If our young people come out and they feel displaced in the job market, hello, problems again, which we see. And so we have to understand when we talk about cannabis, it's not just about medicinal cannabis. It's about socioeconomic development. It's about the linkages to our other sectors. So, next slide. It's about stability, and I show you how it goes. So, thinking about the interconnectedness, what the ECCB has been doing in the research is to look at about 8 areas. Medicinal cannabis, and you see me put ... health and wellness, because if I need a massage, I want the stuff to be properly produced with all the best practices, but I don't need to go for a doctor. Because if you make it so stringent, so rigid, it means you can't spur value creation, you can't spur business creation, you can't spur productivity-led growth. So you have to balance in terms of making sure you adhere to proper production practices, and dare I say, it should not just be for cannabis. I keep saying this, you know, we are eating ourselves into the grave with all the pesticides we're consuming. Why just isolate, on cannabis? We need to have a holistic aspect in looking at the wellness of our intake of foods. And so the same soil that grows the bananas, the tomatoes, the cabbage, the sweet potato, it's the same soil that's going to grow the cannabis. So let's talk about food security, but even more health security when we're talking about this. So we focused on medicinal, health and wellness, spiritual, cultural, food and beverage, recreational. So I'll just show you a few of the next slides. Next slides. So what are some development imperatives? We have to start with a strategy. The thing about what we're doing sometimes, we start with a policy, and the policy say, this is an illicit drug. To make it come into the regulated market, we have to armor it under stringent regulations. It's so stiff you can't move. So we want it to be best practice, we want it to adhere to international standards, but you want to have that room to be able to be productive in terms of job creation. And so you start with a strategy. Once we start with policies, we start with oh, this has to be this and this has to be that. A strategy says, where do I want this to go in terms of productivity growth, in terms of job creation, in terms of best practices, in terms of food security and health security and sustainability. When you have that as your strategic framework, then you anchor your policies to support your strategy. What we tend to do is we put down policies and then try to find a strategy around it. So you'll find now we have had, in some cases, stringent laws for medicinal cannabis, and then we try to say, but it could still go into the food and beverage. But if you need a prescription to take the medicine, how you need a prescription now not to take the chocolates that's infused with cannabis? So you see the issue? We have to disaggregate both. Both have standards. Both need to be at the highest level of standards. But food and beverage is different. And I was saying in the bus yesterday, this issue of adding gummies to cannabis is counterproductive to health. Because we all know if you're taking the cannabis for cancer, sugar is not one of the things you should be taking. When you go to do cancer therapy, they tell you avoid sugars and avoid those things. So while it tastes good, it's counterproductive. It's like eating food with pesticides. It's the same thing. You eat healthy food, but it's not healthy because of pesticides. So the issue comes now into how do we make sure we have robust and agile policies that create industries and sectorial linkages and promote socioeconomic development. And people who don't remember their past are doomed to fail. And so we have to look at who have been the legacy flag bearers of this industry. And if we're not going to support them, give them the capacity, the education that is required, then what you're going to find out is you have a sterile industry, no differentiation, and just like how we had Chiquita bananas that took over our bananas and everything else, we'll be soon displaced. Because if we don't have anything unique and differentiated, then why should I? It's just a matter of time. It's like cricket West Indies. Our cricketers went overseas and showed all their gifts and played everywhere for some dollars, and everybody learned their skills, and then now the glory days are gone. So what is unique and differentiated for us that we must curate, that we must treasure, and we must safeguard? If we don't do that, next slide, we are lacking potential. We know about medicinal marijuana. That is not for up debate. Let's go to the next one. I forgot it. I took a paper from my hotel at the Grenadines house. It was showing me all the spa treatments I can get. None of it, I am sure, is about anything to do with cannabis. And I'm sure most of the things that they're going to use are imported. So when we import stuff, we're paying for jobs overseas and denying our own job creation domestically. And that goes back to our growth. That goes back to you and I, back to the economy. That goes back to crime, safety, and stability. All of these things. Let's go, next slide. So, you see some candles there? And you see some diffusers there? I would have wanted to see some of these in the room. Not just the plant, you see? The base with the lowest return is the base product, right? But when you now go into agro-processing, that's where you add value. And that is where you create more jobs, but that is also where you increase now your income earning potential. So these are the things that we need. Where are the floral arrangers? Here, with the cannabis, so that I can show the skill in decorating using the plant as my signature. You see, we have to understand the branding, we have to understand the messaging, but we also have to understand why it matters for productivity output. Next slide. Here you see books. How many books are written by cannabis from our people? You see, we don't write. Everything is in our head. And then when we go, we pass on, it goes into the earth. But here is, I can buy the book for $15.50 US and $14.99 paperback. And guess what? A lot of people are buying the book. Somebody's earning money. We are not earning anything. I go to the next slide. Here is our food and beverage. And the important issue is, and we did a workshop a week and a half ago on developing the food and beverage industry. And we were very adamant it is not the same as your gummies and all of these things that you use to package and make the cannabis more palatable for medical purposes. This is about food and beverage for food and beverage. When you talk about the food and beverage in the Caribbean, you're not talking about any gummies. You're talking about your saltfish and your duckina, right? You're talking about all of these things, okay? You're not talking about gummies. That's not food. That is medicine packaged, right? So these are the terpenes, and I only put a few of them. These I'm not a scientist, so all of this is research, okay? But what it tells you is terpenes is what give the flavors. And it gives you various flavors. So you have the mango tropical fruit flavor. And you know, when you have that terpene, it gives you a sleepy sedated. And then you have some that give you the limonene, that give you the uplifted, energized. And you go through with them. So if we understand this now, when we're getting to do foods, our soups, our pies, our sauces, then we understand what these do, how they function. Linking it with other sectors, that is untapped potential. That is unrealized jobs and employment. That is unattained economic growth and development. This is a cookbook. How many persons? But as long as we have a stigma that cannabis is the devil, then guess what happened? Our young people afraid to touch it. So they go to culinary school and they don't have not even an attempt to try and do recipes. But out there, they're doing recipes and selling them. And soon they're going to open restaurants here, and guess who's going to be going to them? Okay? So, let's go next slide. I want to show you how this spans across various sectors, because it says she introduces the reader to organic farmers, award-winning chefs, artisans, and food producers who are leading the green revolution. You realize how that job creation from this book, so many people are benefiting from royalties, right? Because, no, but in the US they don't play, they better get paid. Remember Rihanna said, just pay me? You better pay me. Okay, so next slide. This is out of Jamaica. This is out of Jamaica. This is where you go and see a Rastafari village. Now, if you demonize Rastafari, then how are you going to then have a village for them to go to? Nobody will want to go to that. So guess what? We will go to a village that's been planted from overseas, and that is where we will see the sterile cannabis. We won't see the drumming. We won't see the language. We won't see the vibe. We won't see the community. We won't see the food, the ital. I was waiting outside. I said, boy, Cannabis Fest, I ain't want no macaroni pie. I don't need cheese. I don't know what was there. But I waited for the ital, right? But all of that is part of a branding. So where is the Rastafari village or the cannabis village in St. Vincent? This is Vincy Weed. Where is that village? So I can go to and really immerse myself and pay. Because this is how you monetize an industry. When you go at the entrance, you pay. When I was in Mexico last year, I went to a tequila. I did a tour of local industries. And you have to pay for the tour. Then you pay a tip for the person who is at the bus. And when you get to the tequila, he get paid. Then you buy the tequila, and then he has a little tip box out there. So by the time you finish tipping and paying, you broke and they're rich. But that is how you monetize an industry. Next slide. Vincent weed. You know where this was made? This is a documentary out of Grenada. We don't tell our stories. We don't monetize our stories. You know, Kevin Hart and all of those other comedians go up and they get millions just to talk about how they grew up and they get licks. You know, well, where are our stories? Where are our documentaries? You realize how you have to think about the expansive ecosystem of cannabis when you're doing strategy before you do your policies. Or your policies will be so limited, myopic in their focus. You can't grow, you can't expand. Okay? So, here what the Vincent weed is: cultivating change, cultivating growth. That's what we need to do in our strategy with the cannabis development. Next slide. Next slide. This is just a little idea of the documentary of Vincent weed, and it tells you of the whole documentary looks at the policy impact. It looks at law enforcement. It features interviews. You know, Spirit was up here talking about. He's been one of the longest serving cannabis growers potentially in the region and the world. Where's his story documented? And we can go across the Caribbean and ask the questions. We are not understanding how we create value, and from that value, how we create growth, how we create income. Next slide. Next slide. This is a podcast. And I spoke to a brother behind there. He tell me, boy, after talking with me yesterday, he needs to get a podcast. Now you pay for these podcasts, eh? So you go up and you talk your stories, and if you're engaging, people like you, they subscribe, you get continuous income. Where our podcast? That is from the USA, right? Where's our Caribbean? Yet we say that our Caribbean weed has a certain aura and a certain feel about it, a certain vibe, yet we don't have it packaged to monetize in our stories. Next slide. So, I say all of this to say, when we're developing the policy framework, after thinking about the strategy, we now come to the policy. And here's where we want it to be safe, productive, progressive, and inclusive. That has to be part of it. And then we get to the investment strategies. And these must be aligned with our economic development agenda. As I said, we have to pursue not just investment-led growth, but a productivity-led growth. Because it's the productivity gives you sustainability. The investment gives you a spike, and then it moves on. So, let's go next slide. How do we look at sustainable growth from a socioeconomic development? And it is the planet, the people first, the planet, the prosperity of our people, peace and partnerships. Those are the P's we must chase. And so for those countries developing their strategies and their policies, are these part of it? Because then it asks the question, good paying jobs, sustainability of the environment. All of these things, we have to ask ourselves, what is this investment going to be in terms of impact? Next slide. I did a canvas to ask those questions. You know, what is the industry, why is this industry segment significant? Is the impact local, regional, international, or a combination? Is the model interconnected with our sustainable agenda? What is it going to create in terms of jobs? Are there jobs in production, manufacturing, services? What about the sustainable development goals? Is it giving decent work and economic growth, quality education, business empowerment, and it continues. Innovation, these are things that we have to ask ourselves in terms of assessment and measurements. You know, we measure our young people when they go to school, we give them our exams. Let's give our economy some exams. What is it doing? Who is it doing for? How is it doing? What is the impact? And then I go all over. So next slide. Then the big E word, education. Education, education, and education. We must be in a framework of continuous education, and it is a two-way street. Farmers, local cultivators, allied industries, workers. We have to not just say the government or somebody else must do. It has to be, what can I do for myself as well? Because if we're just waiting for somebody to give us a handout, where's the hustle? If you think about the village I just showed you from Jamaica, the gentleman said he started with an idea and he put down 2 little things, and it has now grown to be an area where it is recognized by the government. So he did the work first, and then they came along. And so while it is important to have that support from different sides, from the government, from the private sector, Rastafari, local cultivators, you got to put on some hustle. It can't be just sit back, relax, and say it's fine, okay? And or complain. What are you doing for you? Or what is I doing for I and I? All right? Next slide. Next slide. We went through these things. We know we need that. What are we doing for education? At the ECCB, we held 3 online workshops. The last workshop we held around the 23rd of September. It looked at unlocking the potential of the food and beverage industry. Now you would say, but why is ECCB doing that? Remember I tell you, in order to have a strong currency, we need to have a strong economy and a strong financial sector. We're trying to make sure we start to inform, educate, and build capacity at the base, the source. Next slide. We also did one on medicinal health. And we started off looking for scientists in the region. So the first 3 was done by a scientist, Dr. Guido Marcel. He's a pharmacologist, a retired scientist, he's a farmer, a holistic organic farmer. He also has patents and has also advised various food development agencies. We also did another one on developing a seed bank. Next. And we circulate. So even if you didn't come to the session, we circulate it. So at least, while it doesn't have the robustness of his discussion and his discourse on the issues, the handouts provide with some material benefit. And then we also, next slide, looked at the socioeconomic considerations, which is part of an ongoing research. And what we're doing with our research is a live research. As we research, we have a workshop. So it's not like you just put something on a paper, because let me tell you, the Caribbean, we have so much research papers, and yet we're still where we are. So it's no longer chalk and talk and paper. It is action. Okay? Next one, the seed banks. We have to talk about, the question came up about IP. We have to talk about our seed banks. Because no matter how many hybrids we have, that we don't have any pure strain, the point is, none of us are pure. Look around. All of us are a hybrid of some different races mixed up. But we're powerful, right? So not being pure is not an issue. The customers don't even want to know whether you're pure or not. All they want to know is that the product from cannabis tastes good, does what it's supposed to do. But what we know is the soil DNA and the environment in which cannabis is grown differentiates it. And so that is what we have to do. We have to preserve what we have. And that means we have to preserve our soil, and we have to preserve our seeds. And we have to stop looking to get seeds from outside. We have to start, it can take a while, but we have to start our own seed banks here. Next one, and I can pass through that. That's just talking about how we develop a seed bank. What are some of the issues? We also have to go in science and technology, and I'm going to pass that over. I think Machel spoke about this. I want to go back to the policy architecture and the strategy. When we have looked at all of these things, the enabling environment, the investment opportunities, the business metrics, the impact metrics, the market participants, when we have done that assessment, which is what I've done in that blueprint, then is when we create a strategy. And then we say what policies we need. Do we need investment policies for domestic and foreign? Do we need policies for indigenous farmers and local cultivators development? Do we need policies for licensing, for seed, for biodiversity, for cultivation, for organic, for ESG's principles, ESCG's principles? Do we need manufacturing? No, it's ESG, sorry. Manufacturing, access, country branding, public education and information. When we put those policies, they must then link to a value creation model. And once we get that model, that is our start to act. Plan, do, study, act, right? We know that whole framework. And that is how you get a robust, sustainable industry, forever moving, forever improving. So we have to come back here next year and report. Where have we been with creating industries? I have just 2 more slides. So I just pulled the South Africa framework to show you. The master plan is aimed at providing a framework for the establishment of the growth and development of the cannabis industry in South Africa. And you must always start with why. What is your why determines what your actions will be. What is the why? Contribute to economic growth, poverty alleviation, job creation. So those are the 3 things that you have to judge the South Africa implementation of its framework on. Poverty alleviation, economic growth, job creation. That is productivity-led growth they're pursuing, right? Next slide. So we came up with this framework, and we said cannabis is part of agriculture. It's a plant. And the same way we have standards for cannabis is the same way we should have standards for our tomatoes, our lettuce. It makes no sense to eat lettuce and tomatoes to give me cancer and then to look for cannabis to try to cure it. Prevention is better than cure. So we can't be talking about cannabis is good for cancer, not realizing what is causing the spikes in non-communicable diseases in the region. That is impacting our productivity, because go back, you have to be working to contribute to Social Security. If everybody is sick or sickly, they can't be as productive. Poor me and my pension, I ain't gonna get that, boy. So I think we have to think about this, and it's when we now have what are the priorities for the agricultural industry, what are the priorities for growth, then we can then say what are the priorities for cannabis. Cannabis cannot lead the way because cannabis is part of a wider construct. And then when we have that, then we come up with the priorities for development. And those priorities mean critical infrastructure. It means environmental and socially responsible policies. It means empowerment of indigenous stakeholders. It means investment and trade policy and strategies to promote inclusive development of the industry. And it means collaboration and engagement. So we can't do it by ourselves. Collaboration across, collaboration up and down. That is how you build a robust industry. So, lead me out, next slide. This is what economic development looks like. That is how you develop an economy. You start with building the human capacity, which is why the first thing has to be education and capacity building. If we start with the law is just going to be telling you what to do, what not to do. You need the law. But what you need is the capacity for growth. It's the people are our greatest resource. How can they be productive in the cannabis industry if they're not trained or educated? Go ahead. Yeah, I just have one last slide, but let's go with you. So you go with the human capacity, the leadership capacity. So you need to have technological readiness, innovation. You go with your capacity for market and services, your infrastructure development. When you get these right, growth comes from the bottom up, not from the top down. Okay? There's a country trying the top down, and we see the dislocation. I'll call no name. Okay? Economic development. And that is your socio-economic development model. Who are the actors in the various components of the cycle. Who is in production? Who is in consumption? Who is in trade? Who is in credit and monetary operations? And that is where you get the redistribution of income. That's where you get wealth creation. So, as I end, next slide, last slide, I think. Last slide. As I end, I say thank you. No questions.
Let's put our hands together for applause for Dr. Ward for that vibrant, robust presentation. We have limited time, so we'll take about 6 questions. I'll try to make them as short as possible before we break for lunch.
All right. I just want to say thanks to Ms. Welsh, one of the best regional cannabis strategists we have in the region. Yeah, man, big up Ms. Sybil Welsh. All the information there. Other questions I have for you as well, though, Ms. Welsh. So I want to know, firstly, for those of us who are outside of the ECCU, right, like in the northern part of the CARICOM family, how can we benefit from these trainings and workshops and sessions and your strategic assistance? We have in Jamaica the Rastafari and Grassroots Ganja Association with 100+ farmers and producers and persons in the value chain. We would love to have some of your assistance and expertise in that part of the world, not with the country, but with your expertise too, the regional, traditional Rastafari, grassroots producers from the ground up who want to build the industry. Next thing I want to say to you is, right, ma'am, that what is the ECCB doing or can do to facilitate the easier banking of cannabis revenue in the ECCU and, of course, the broader CARICOM region? And thirdly, I want to ask you, when is the ECCB and the OACS going to take Queen Elizabeth off of the money?
Well, I can't answer the third one. The money belongs to the countries. We are just stewards of the reserves that back the money. But the money that everybody holds as an EC dollar is an IOU that they can just come back to the banking system and say, take my money, I need US in return for it. So we control the reserves that give the support to the dollar, but the money is the asset of the government. It's a liability on our books. The reserves are an asset on our books, right? So that the first question is an easy question. Rastafari don't have any country. They are a community, right? Same thing for traditional growth. So we share, we tell our communities, share with whoever. It's an online, so just share, and we say share the presentation to your community. So I'm hoping that those who have been to the 3 workshops have shared the presentations, and I can share them with you, and then I will have you on the list for further invitations, okay? What was the last? You had 3 questions. I forgot. So what we're saying is when we develop a strategy, it's shared to everybody. A strategy is only as good as how it is used. So it could be on paper. As I said, there's a lot of research on different things that the Caribbean have had on their desk in somebody's drawer. The issue is the will. We are not lacking for ideas. What we are lacking for is the will. Okay, we want to see things in eyes of fear as opposed to eyes of opportunity. We have to be realistic of the fears, but the fears shouldn't hold us back. We should just be informed of what the issues are and then be strategic of how we move forward.
Thank you for the presentation. In relation to culinary cannabis, I did my culinary cannabis certification back in 2022, and I finished the second one in 2025. So
sorry, and that you did the certification from where?
In the U.S.
Exactly. And we have how many universities in the region?
It's the only place that is offered. So
we have.
And I did it on my own because there's still a stigma attached, and that is the main problem. Because for me to do research and develop recipes, I need cannabis, but I only allow 2 ounces in Barbados. So, and 2 ounces can't do anything for a recipe. So, I'm Jamaican by birth. I've been to Jamaica, I've been to Dominica, I've been to St. Kitts, I've been to farms all over. I went to the US back in July this year, and I could walk in a dispensary, ask for a particular cannabis with a particular strain with particular characteristics, but I can't do that in Barbados.
I'll tell you how you do it. You get together and you say, we're having a cannabis taste, cook and taste. You're going to charge them $100 and tell them bring their 2 ounces of cannabis.
I've been approached many times.
But I didn't tell you how to do it. It's 2 ounces a person, right?
Yeah.
So you have 15 people, everybody pay $100. That's a discount. You tell them the normal price would have been $250, but since you're bringing your own, it's $100. So you done start off at $1,500 there, right? You build a community. People like, and this is what I'm saying is imagination. We will go to a sip and paint. What about a cannabis cook and chat?
I've been approached about many of those.
So
in
do
Barbados.
those. We have to start being hustle as opposed to saying what we don't have. You know, the glass half full is not half empty, it's half full. I could deal with the half full. From that half full, I can make it overflow.
And what's going to happen, I've been inclined to conversations with investors from the US, talking to investors from Barbados about opening cannabis clubs. But the paperwork is the hindrance Caribbean islands to bring these places to, and these are NBA players, actors looking to get into the Caribbean market. And what's going to happen, they're going to bring their own people when that happens.
Well, hear what I'm saying to you. We keep thinking we need to have an investor to start something big. Just like how it says, start slow, start low, go slow. My thing is, that's how you start a business.
But edibles and consumption of cannabis is not allowed in Barbados, only for medicinal purposes via tinctures, creams, or spliffs. So
you can't cook at your home? Okay.
I can't cook.
Well,
and I've been approached. My communicator is to high-end clients visiting the island, and many clients ask me, so when can we get a cannabis
So flying to St. Kitts and Nevis, flying to Antigua and Barbuda. You listen.
I do it. I've done it in other islands.
So that's a start. Okay? We have to start looking for how as opposed to, Lord, they load too heavy to bear.
So my first question is just, you mentioned the gene bank, the seed bank. What are you guys doing to ensure that that seed bank is pathogen free? Because you have endophilic bacteria, pathogens that can literally reside in the embryo of those seeds. So what are you guys doing proactively to make sure that those embryos are not contaminated? They don't have pathogens, because you then go and hand that off to the farmer. Unknowingly, they then introduce pathogens and endophilic bacteria that are very, very hard to get rid of unless there's tissue culture present, which obviously most of the Caribbean won't have access to that. So, what are you guys doing proactively? And I'm saying this from a scientist perspective. I do these things, so I'm willing to assist in making sure that happens.
So we're not developing a seed bank. We have laid out the framework of how to develop, and it's a scientist. I told you, Dr. Guido, Marcel. So these things are not rocket science. I mean, you could Google them and they'll tell you. Especially AI 5 now, ChatGPT 5? It's almost like you have a PhD degree for that. So what I'm saying is we have scientists, including yourself and others in the region. And so it's that we need to tap into. But what we did with the workshop was to outline the guidelines of how to ensure safety, how to ensure good agriculture and collection practices, how to ensure all of the things that you need for storage to preserve the integrity and safety of the seed, and how to you also put the guidelines to trace the beneficial ownership, because you don't want me give you my seeds that I created and prevented the burnout when the helicopters were flying, and then you take them and you say they are yours, and you use them for your own stuff. So all of these issues in terms of IP and protection and guidelines are part and parcel of that infrastructure.
And then just a question on your workshops. So you give workshops based on strategies or needs, if you will, within the region. Have you guys, so for soil science, I mean, anything, and this is coming from a scientist, anything above ground is good, but the ground is a lot more important than what's above it. So what are you doing to equip these farmers to have workshops to explain to them, hey, this is where macro and micronutrients come from. Here's what they are. Most of them don't even know what they are. They're reading labels and taking labels as, yeah, this is CalMag, but it has CalFos in the bottle, you know? So it's just like, well, what are you doing to equip them to say, hey, this is a bottle, this has calcium phosphate. They know off the rip, okay, this is probably a phosphorus supplement. You know, what are we doing to empower the farmers in that light? And again, I am willing to assist and willing and able to assist in doing so, and that's for anybody in the room.
So great. So we did this. That was part of the workshop. As I said, the one who did it is a scientist. He's also an organic farmer. He's a pharmacologist. If I said the word, big word, pass it over. But all of that is in the workshop material that we discussed. So that is available handout. But it doesn't mean we are making strategic networks with everyone. So you can just give me your information, and when we have the next workshop, I think we discuss even testing equipment, portable testing equipment to look at soil testing, whether it is heavy metals, pesticides, all of the different things that was discussed, and they're in the presentations that we handed out. And we understand what quality means, and so that is important. And that's why we're talking about a seed bank, because with that, we then control the quality. So, one last question. Oh, you want to go last? Oh. Two?
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, first of all, I just would like to let the brethren know that this is one of the reasons that we encourage the traditional seeds, you know. One should secure the seeds that has been in existence for such a long time. Don't come and cross these seeds with the new type of seeds. You will have problems. So it's like a seed security, basically. But what I wanted to get to is, it's a wonderful presentation. I think it's very informative, and I've learned a whole lot, and you know, it's welcome. But you know, as far as implementation of what has been spoken about, you know, how is there a program in place that is like this has been communicated to the regular people, the traditional farmers, and the other ones that are involved to create especially these medicines? How is the implementation process going? I mean, through the government or through different agencies where maybe, you know, you'd be connected with that is actually doing the actual work of getting this to the people? How is it? How long far are we from that? Thank you.
So our role as a central bank is to give advice and to provide strategic support. At the end of the day, every country has its own sovereign duty to advance the sector the way that it sees fit. And so the duality is that as an advisor, you advise to determine the efficacy of that advice. But what I also say to the traditional cultivators, to Rastafari, is that each of us have a role to play in advancing the good for our own benefit. So we have to determine, just like how a government has a strategy, we have to have our own strategy for where we want to go, how we're going to get there. And we may not be able to get there all at once. And maybe sometimes we have to take baby steps. So this is what I spoke to my friend, and I said, well, if you can't get the cooking done, write a book. There's no law against writing a book. Monetize it. You get passive income just coming in every day. Or you take a trip. You form an alliance with a government that has food and beverage, and you say, listen, I have food and beverage, and make sure you touch base with me because we're going to do a workshop on food and beverage with chefs. I'm talking to the wider community that's across the region. So I thought of you when I actually was doing this session. And I said, I hope I see you when I get here. So make sure you give me your card or we exchange numbers. So you will be one of the facilitators for our next food and beverage. And it's a demonstration. So we have done the talk. We wrote all the framework and all the things you need to do, all the infusion techniques, all the pros and cons, all the terpenes, how to mask the flavors of the terpenes that may have a little strong taste that's not palatable for some persons, but you don't want to overload. You want to taste some aspect of it. Now we need to have the demonstration so that when we say cooking with cannabis featuring, give me your name again. Huh? Dale? Day. So cooking with cannabis featuring Chef Day. That's our next workshop. You're live in your kitchen with your cameras and your foods across, beaming to the rest of the world, right? And Marcus can tell me if you did a good job or not. Okay? So, yes, last question because we have lunch.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, everyone.
That's okay.
So I agree with you in terms of innovation and, doing different things. I'm from Canada, so a lot of the times our black populations and our diasporic populations there have been trying to do the same thing, but with the neoliberal ideologies and also the commodification of health and wellness in itself, it has squeezed us out as black populations because other people with resources are coming in that don't look like us or they don't want to invest in us, even when we look to our populations to invest in us as well. So what do you think are the strategies or things that we need to consider so that we don't get squeezed out as we continue to be a part of this free market that I know is completely colonial, but in itself it's like we do need to survive as well in terms of economic development?
Okay, so I have a two response to that. The population of black people in your circle can create a significant start for a business. So I always ask myself is that you would hear a person say we are squeezed out, but we are squeezing out our own selves because we are going to the places and buying the stuff as opposed to saying, listen, 15 of us, I always take my cue from the BVI Investment Club. Years ago when I was engaging them on how they did their investment club, they said they used to come every Saturday. A lot of them were just returned. They were living overseas. And they used to be like, boy, black people can't get a break. And one day somebody said, put up or shut up. The next time you come here, everybody walk with $5,000. We're going to start a bank. Since we can't get loans, we're going to start a bank, start to put some seed money to get the necessary capital. They didn't start a bank. They end up using the money to buy a water company that was going out of business. And that then created more investments. What I'm saying is, sometimes we have to put up or shut up. We have enough of us who could come together, but guess what we say? Black people can't come together. So until we change that, we will always be racing and fighting for the bottom and complaining. Not to say, however, I said I have two sides to that, that there's a need to support. Because if you take the Rastafari community and you take traditional farmers, I always say it's ridiculous for me to talk about reparations for slavery and nobody talking with the same energy for reparations for Rastafari and traditional cultivators. So you have to start where you're at. You can't see injustices for legacies and then talk about injustices that went centuries ago. Start where you're at first and then roll back. Right? So I think that's my last. And the last response is not an ECCB response. That is solely the response from Sybil Lucinda Welch. So it is not an ECCB response. Okay? That's my disclaimer. And my lawyer is right there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walsh. Dr. Welch. No further questions. We just want to thank you for that very insightful, comprehensive presentation. You promoted the need for an ecosystem approach to the development of the cannabis industry, and it really reinforced the purpose of why we have a cannabis festival to begin with. It's getting all the actors at the same table, discussing what is needed. Look at where you are positioned in the value chain, how value can be added, what are your role responsibilities as we move forward and develop this cannabis industry. On that note, I want to, in the interest of time, We're going to end the first session at this point. We had 2 video presentations that we are going to have to send to you via email or some other way. And we're going to ask you to proceed to the back of the room, get your lunch, and resume here for the next session at 2 p.m. Okay, thank you so very much.
was won in early November 2024, right before US general elections, including the presidency. So at that point, it was a possibility that Kamala Harris might have won the presidency. And it was clear that, to me anyway, that Harris as president would have moved forward with the reclassification of cannabis under federal law from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. She would have likely attempted to go further than that by proposing or at least supporting efforts at full legal regulation of cannabis in the Congress. Depending on how the Congress, allocation of power shook out, she may or may not have had any luck in doing that. But in any case, it seemed very clear that she would have moved forward with the reclassification. But of course, that's not what happened. In November 2024, Donald Trump won his second term, and he took office this January. And Trump's win led to uncertainty and a lack of resolution of this reclassifying question that prevails until today. So I'll get into some details on what I think the possible scenarios might be for the Trump administration moving forward or not with rescheduling of cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. The main thing to realize that this is an administrative procedure. It doesn't require the Congress's assent one way or the other. And at this point, the decision is really in Trump's hands, for better and for worse. And I think getting a sense of how that may play out is something we can consider in my presentation and then hopefully in questions afterwards. So I'm going to run through sort of a reminder of what this scheduling transfer might mean and what it doesn't mean, why it's been sort of exaggerated in terms of its impacts by its foes and by its allies alike, but to keep a clear view of what it would achieve and what it would not do, because both of those are important. And I want to run through that as a reminder, but also to put in place the issues to consider with respect to how President Trump and his administration may deal with this in the coming months. And from there, discuss what the implications might be for other countries, and in particular for the Caribbean with respect to cannabis. And I think that requires taking into account a broader panoply of developments within the United States and under the Trump administration in particular, to get a grasp of the changes afoot and the potential implications. It might create opportunities as well as new challenges for the Caribbean, for Latin American countries, as they seek a way forward for drug reform, but mindful of their treaty commitments. And in that sense, I'll conclude with some thoughts about the inter se option, what countries can do under international law in ways that were foreseen by the treaty system when you have moments that amending current treaties is not possible, coming to some new global consensus is not possible, yet it's clear that the treaty commitments on the books are untenable at the same time. And that's where inter se comes in. So let's start with a little review. For those with us last year, I gave this multiple choice quiz about the rescheduling procedure. And one option is the biggest change in US federal cannabis policy in 50 years. The other, it's minor, nothing to get too excited about. and three, both. And the answer really is both. And that speaks to how frozen U.S. federal policy on cannabis has been, and how this change, if it goes forward, does carry some real steps forward, but we don't want to exaggerate them. So I'll briefly now talk about where the process stands and where it may be heading, what it would do, what it wouldn't do, the limitations, and then some possible scenarios. So just as a refresher, why did the wind in the sails of the move towards full legal regulation of cannabis? And that gave sort of the permission politically to move ahead with something that is far short of legal regulation, but could be achieved without congressional action. And that's where the Biden administration came in on pushing ahead with a reclassification. So it's very clear the numbers in support of legal regulation of cannabis in the United States have gone up dramatically in the past couple of decades, and they keep going up. You can see this at the state level as well. The states have really taken the lead on reforming their laws, not just on the medical front, but on recreational or adult use cannabis, with state laws that allow for legal cannabis and have some form of sales to the public for adults and a regulated production chain. These state laws are all sort of hermetically sealed, supposed to be anyway, that don't cross over into other states, and it applies for recreational and medical at the same time. They're done, these state laws are passed in conflict or in contest with federal law, which hasn't changed. But it's important to note, there's a lot of gold, which is the recreational medical, both states that have passed both, and there's a lot of green with medical, and that points to the momentum that this continues to have, with a few states that have sort of held out and not gone in this direction. So this is just recounts the numbers. 41 of the 50 states, plus DC and 4 federal territories, have legalized medical marijuana. Recreational, we're at 24 states plus DC and Guam, so almost half of the states in the country. And significantly, none of the states that have gone this direction have changed course. Massachusetts has a ballot initiative this coming up in 2026. That would be the first to repeal effort that's made it back on the ballot. And there's several other states that have some ballot initiatives for reform next year in the works as well. So what are we talking about anyway when we're talking about rescheduling? And just as a reminder, it has to do with the Controlled Substances Act and the placement of cannabis in Schedule 1, which is basically the most, strictly controlled schedule under U.S. law. And again, as a reminder, in 2022, sort of midway through his term, Joe Biden initiated the review. Department of Health and Human Services said its recommendation to move cannabis from 1 to 3. That was the role of HHS, to make a recommendation one way or the other. And the DEA published its proposal that it was going to do so. This was back in May 2024. And that's when things started to break down. By the end of the year, after the November elections, it was obviously clear there's going to be a change in administration. That may have put things at a pause in any case, but in February, shortly after Trump was sworn in, a hearing that had been, being set up by the DEA to consider different comments on the rescheduling was postponed. Later, the judge who was overseeing that hearing retired, a new DA head sworn in, and just over the summer, last month, or actually in August, President Trump himself said that we'll have a rescheduling decision in the next few weeks. Well, a few weeks have come and gone, so the timing is not exactly clear. It's not clear that the DA hearing will will be continued, and if and when rescheduling will actually occur. And either way, if it does, there are challenges permitted under the statute within 30 days, and those, one way or the other, would be expected. So again, the DA, this just, as a refresher, they actually, from the administrative and bureaucratic point of view, they sort of hold the cards here, but they answer to their bosses at the Department of Justice. And ultimately, as Donald Trump has made clear, the Attorney General and the Department of Justice overall, in his administration, answer to him. So this goes to the point. This is Donald Trump's decision to make. He knows it. Everybody else knows it. This goes to some questions that have been raised about whether it would be appropriate to make these rescheduling under the single convention on narcotics. I think that's really not at doubt now for the most part in terms of the US debate. And I certainly don't think it's something that's going to trip up Donald Trump or his administration. It's been heavily studied in the Congress and by congressional agencies. So again, this is all now teed up for the president to make a decision. All that said, it is important to acknowledge what this would do and what it wouldn't do. It would accept that cannabis has medical uses in the United States. Lo and behold, who knew? With 41 states having already made that decision, but it would still, at the federal level, require FDA approval for the drugs and would need to be prescribed. So it's a long way from cannabis medicines. It would allow cannabis businesses to make standard business tax deductions. I'll get back to that because that's an important point in the scenarios ahead. What it wouldn't do, and just to be clear, it would not decriminalize cannabis at the federal level. It wouldn't legalize the state level programs that exist, with the caveat that already under appropriations law, Congress has shielded those programs from federal enforcement by depriving the DEA of funds to go after state level programs. And it doesn't affect federal penalties for cannabis. So all of the sort of reefer madness, drug war, amped up penalties that were put on the books already, they're not affected by a shift to Schedule 3. So again, it does some things, but it really does, it's not anything approaching a full legal regulation. So just to refresh ourselves, Biden actually promised to decriminalize cannabis. The move to Schedule 3, which he then initiated, would not have fulfilled that promise. Trump, during the campaign last year in 2024, he supported reclassifying to Schedule 3, and he did speak positively of state-level medical marijuana. But even so, Schedule 3 is a very, very narrow pathway for medical cannabis, and if it goes forward, it would enable a pharmaceutical approval process for cannabis-based drugs, but not regulation of cannabis flower or the creation of those markets at the federal level. Another thing to note, rescheduling can be reversed. It's an administrative procedure, like I mentioned. It can be reversed by a subsequent U.S. administration, if we have one. And it's unknowable right now, but the momentum for a more significant reform, either legal regulation, some sort of legislation in the Congress, could slow or stall depending on how this goes. Either Trump throws a wet blanket over the whole thing, which would definitely stall any reform impetus among Republicans in the Congress, or doing so, if it does go forward, conversely, members of Congress might say, all right, well, let's bide our time now and see how this works out before we take the next step legislatively. Something that it would finally align the U.S. Domestic federal law reform with the UN vote on the part of the U.S. acknowledging medical uses of cannabis. It would also stimulate more research although this has some constraints under Schedule 3. And then significantly, it could or would provide tax relief for state legal medical cannabis companies. And that's significant, I think, already, and I think could become more so. And then again, this is more speculation, but to the extent that it does boost the fortunes of state legal businesses, that could provide more impetus for a push for banking access, which still remains very limited. So the 280E, which I've referred to, is essentially because
Did we lose it completely? Zara? Okay. You have to start.
Would not have fulfilled that promise. Trump, during the campaign last year, 2024, federal law reform with the UN vote on the part of the US acknowledging medical uses of cannabis. It would also stimulate more research, although this has some constraints under Schedule 3. And then significantly, it could or would provide tax relief for state legal medical cannabis companies. And that's significant, I think, already, and I think could become more so. And then, again, this is more speculation, but to the extent that it does boost the fortunes of state legal businesses, that could provide more impetus for a push for banking access, which still remains very limited. So the 280E, which I've referred to, is essentially because Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 drugs under the Controlled Substances Act don't allow businesses engaged in those activities to have normal tax deductions. So in essence, it's a sort of tax penalty that
Okay, we seem to be losing this video at this particular point. Michael, I wonder if you all could come up on stage, please. What you were seeing there was a video presentation by John Walsh. Unfortunately, John has suffered some back problems, flights booked and so forth, and so he couldn't make it down, but had consented to doing a video and answering questions accordingly. But our delay in the session, he was waiting for most of the morning to come on and answer questions after the video. And so we have to forego that. So we've shown the video in between. The video there is one that's trying to depict what is really taking place in the United States with respect to rescheduling and the implications. Very important. He was going to do some conclusions, and that's what we've missed. A bit of the, well, we got most of it, but we've got some conclusions. What we are going to do now, in terms of catching up, we have a team, another group that is international, out of the United States, out of Canada. And you know, Canada and America always seems to be the elephant in the room. You may say we need to talk more about St. Vincent, talk more about the Caribbean and so, but it's really important, I think, to get these particular perspectives. And they're going to go through certain things to get us a little better understanding about what's happening around the world and why it's happening. I'm going to save time in terms of let them more or less introduce themselves, right? And then Michael will start first, Daphne, and then Ika. Michael, please, if you go ahead.
I'll just sit right here. You don't mind? Yeah. So, Michael Krawitz, I am at home in the USA. I'm Executive Director of Veterans for Medical Cannabis Access. We're also part of a group called Veterans Action Council. And this is sort of an ad hoc group that I'm part of that you'll hear more of, working at the international level on medical cannabis. And I'm a grassroots activist. I was disabled in the 1980s and finding something to do to get me away from home so I wasn't bothering my wife so much. I tried to make myself useful in cannabis, starting out handing out flyers at information tables in the cannabis movement and working my way up all the way to senior leadership in the US, where I met with folks and I said, hey, what about the UN? What's going on at the UN? And to my amazement, they said, hey, good idea, go for it. I thought someone else would be there working. There was literally no one else inside the UN. Later, we were joined by a group called NCOD, the European NGO Coordinating Committee, Youp, Onin, and Farid Gaucher out of Paris. We make up a little team inside the UN, trying our best with love, as much love as we have for cannabis and the people of the cannabis world, to just bring that voice to that community and bring that voice of that community to the UN. And to my amazement, I started in 1998 on a project that ended in 2008 that was basically to get badges to get in the UN. And to my amazement, in our lifetime, I thought it would be our children's children that might work on reform, but we got a gift of the ability to work through a change in the treaty, which actually concluded in 2020. So Dr. Thompson also asked me to talk a little bit about the US, so I'll try to tie that in after the treaty. The International Narcotics Control Board does have some direct control on scheduling of some obscure precursor drugs, but not anything in the single convention treaty, the drugs under control. So a little bit about the background of the treaty. The placement of drugs into the treaty were done in a way, before we knew what the active ingredient was in cannabis. I mean, this is back 1961 based on antiquated information. They set up the treaty itself based on what we call pillar drugs. 4 drugs, three drugs, coca, poppy, and cannabis. They added LSD in 1971, and I always come up with a 4th drug. But yeah, those 3 drugs, cannabis, poppy, and coca, are written into the treaty. That's going to be important in a second. So let me give you a little bit of background history, hopefully really quick, and I don't want to go too long on this whole conversation, but the gift that we were given in 2009, believe it or not, from the opposition to cannabis, Japan, well, it's Japan and Azerbaijan, to be exact, put forth a resolution at the United Nations to outlaw cannabis seeds. Now, cannabis seeds are and have always been considered exempt, just as leaves. The leaves, this is negotiation that India, led these negotiations in the 1920s, and it's always stuck. The seeds and the leaves were exempt. So by Japan getting the UN community to ask for the seeds to be added into control was a huge ask. It was much bigger than they thought it was. And what that triggered was an enormous review of cannabis by the World Health Organization. It turns out the very first comprehensive review of cannabis ever done in the UN system. They took 6 years to review cannabis, 6 years. And the final result of that exhaustive review of input from as many people as they could meet around the world, all the different studies that they studied in the National Libraries of Medicine from around the world, and they came to some conclusions. First of all, they changed their internal policy. Their policy from the 1950s was cannabis was very dangerous, cannabis should be avoided, except for in scientific purposes. That was kind of their mindset in the 1950s. They changed that to be cannabis is a medicine, cannabis is well tolerated, it doesn't have side effects that are outside of the norm, and even more, they said cannabis provides relief that other medicines cannot provide. And that they were talking about like Chauvet syndrome and CBD, that kind of thing. They made 6 recommendations to the UN. And I want you to understand, this is a major change that they made at the UN. We've heard people try to play down the changes or say that one of the other options that wasn't taken was a bigger change. So I want to run through them real quick. The 6 changes, the major one was to remove cannabis from Schedule 4 of the treaty. Now, why is that so important? The New York Times called it the most dangerous drugs category, which should give you an idea. But basically what that said, the drugs are written into the treaty. They're written into the basic terms of the treaty, so they're under control. But how that's interpreted is basically country to country and through cooperation around the world on how you handle medicine. The only difference is that I'm sorry, I'm very tired and I'm kind of losing my train of thought. The recommendation that they made was that cannabis should be removed from that Schedule 4, and that Schedule 4 links up to the United States and how they classified cannabis. It is the element in the treaty that made it special, that made it where it was so dangerous and it should be handled like the WHO previous policy, that it should be handled as a experimental or scientific substance. That was what that Schedule 4 meant. So recommending Schedule 4 removal was the biggest, boldest move that they could make. The other thing that they said was that cannabis didn't belong in control as it's written in the treaty, but again, it's written into the treaty. And the WHO made it very clear. They were given the mandate from the UN to make rescheduling recommendations, not to come up with an amendment to rewrite the treaty. So they couldn't actually remove cannabis any more than they see fit based on the medical standards of care in their country. That's the best thing that we could have hoped for out of that process. The other recommendations were like, they wanted to put a note in the treaty about CBD. It wouldn't carry any weight legally, but it would be a note that said CBD shouldn't be considered a cannabis extract. Because in the treaty, again, they didn't know what the active ingredient was. Everything's an extract or a tincture or flowers and tops. So if they can, take that and change that and remove it from, from that classification, that would, allow CBD to be handled, with a lot less control, a lot less difficulty around the world. The world, it didn't accept that recommendation. There was 2 recommendations on THC to consolidate the treaty, because THC was added after they discovered it in another treaty later on. The WHO wanted to do some housekeeping, bring that together, make it simpler for countries. No, the drug pharmaceutical companies that produce the synthetic drugs that are under the 1971 treaty, that are not covered because they're not plant-based, so they're not in the 61 treaty, fought against us. And we didn't get that one. But again, it's a minor change. And these changes overall, recommendations that I think should be really understood. And I think that we can gain from that process, but don't let anyone ever tell you that this wasn't a very significant change. And even the United States, again, John talked about the Controlled Substances Act. That was our second law. Our Marijuana Tax Act was passed in the 1930s, found unconstitutional in 1969. We passed our new law in 1970 to actually implement the treaty that we passed a decade, or we signed into, ratified in the United States a decade earlier. So that treaty has been tied at the hip to the United States law ever since 1970. And I'll tell you, in the cannabis movement, time and time again in the United States, we've taken the United States federal government to court on that schedule placement, and they would come back and say, no, we know the science says this, but the treaty obligates us to keep it on. And they referenced that Schedule 4 specifically in court, I tell you, again and again. So now that that's been removed from Schedule 4, it actually gave some pressure from behind inside the United States. For the very first time ever in this history of this marijuana prohibition, you'd say, in the United States is finally considering the experience of the states. They're considering the experience of the scientific community around the world, and they're actually, they got the National Institutes of Health, the FDA, all recommending Schedule 3. This is something that would be very difficult to roll back, I think. I know John says that another administration could roll it back, but that's an awful lot of weight to roll back. You know, the World Health Organization, seconded by the United Nations, with the backing of the FDA, the National Institutes of Health, comprehensive report. The last thing I'll say about it, the doctors that they consulted for this was some 30,000 doctors in the United States connected to some 6 million patients. That's how many patient studies they looked at for this FDA review of cannabis. That's inside of this process in the DEA, on hold right now. So it's a very interesting moment in history. We'll see what happens next. John's very accurate with his assessment of, you know, the lay of the land. It is in Donald Trump's hands. I'll add one little geeky little law thing about it. Donald Trump could actually go further than Schedule 3. Within the treaty obligations, any schedule in the United States would basically satisfy the criteria that the Congressional Research Service laid forth. So he could actually say, no, I know the FDA recommended Schedule 3, but looking at the experience of the states and looking how they handled it as an over-the-counter medicine in many to most states, we should go with Schedule 5, which provides for over-the-counter sales and over-the-counter use. And if he did that, that would be one of the coolest things that I could ask him to do right now. So we'll see.
Daphne? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael, for this great presentation on the treaty and its mechanism. Thank you for this invitation. Today I'm going to be talking to you about my perspective as a patient advocate and also as a medical cannabis user. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, members of civil society, community advocates, thank you for allowing me to address you today at this Cannabliss 2025. So my name is Daphne Elisma. I'm the founder of OAB, the Voice of Medical Cannabis Patient, and I'm also the Canadian representative of the Patient Council of the International Alliance of Cannabinoid Medicine. So OAB is a Canadian organization whose primary vision is to build an evidence-based support community for medical cannabis and position Quebec at the forefront of cannabis and cannabinoid research as well as public education. So our main objective is to promote and defend the rights of medical cannabis patient community while helping to mobilize financial resources to fund clinical research and the advancement of cannabis and cannabinoid education. So our organization fights against arbitrary measures and all forms of injustice. Our roots in medical cannabis patient advocacy stem from the fact that I am myself, like I said, a patient and aware of the many barriers to accessing medical cannabis. So OAB brings together patients and professionals from multiple sectors: health, philanthropy, government, municipal, business, cannabis industry, academic, and legal fields. This approach for us is essential for our community to promote access to cutting-edge treatments for patients suffering from chronic disease such as autoimmune disorders, chronic pain, neurological disorders, and other disabling conditions. As a jurist and patient, I testify to you to the moral of a legal to the moral and legal imperative that lies before us all, government, civil societies, organizations, healthcare professionals, and community alike, to fully recognize medical cannabis as a legitimate therapy and guarantee it its equitable access. So with this initiative, we want to encourage the development of more progressive policies and eliminate obstacles and difficulties for medical cannabis patients worldwide. As we affirm in our recent manifesto for global access to cannabinoid therapy, we have prepared this manifesto that you would be able to have access at the table at the end, or I can give each of you a copy of this important manifesto that we came up with as a group. So we can, in this manifesto, we stated that we can no longer accept policies that keep patients in pain and family in despair. We refuse to remain silent while suffering continues needlessly. The time for change is not just coming, we demand it now. This demand is based on a solid international legal foundation. For us, we believe that access to medical cannabis falls within a human rights framework established by international law. We invoke the obligation of member states arising from the Convention of the Right of Patients with Disability and International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. These instruments enshrine fundamental rights, including the right to health, the rights of persons with disability, and also the principle of equality and non-discrimination access to care. Our fight is anchored in human rights and the pursuit of justice principle. We firmly believe that access to health is not just a privilege, but a fundamental right recognized by international law and global health standards. In a recent document by the World Health Organization, health is defined as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not only the absence of disease or infirmity. Even the single convention that Michael mentioned earlier, the single convention on narcotic and drugs of 1961, amended in 1972, also recognized that the medical use of narcotic drugs continue to be indispensable for the relief of pain and suffering. These principles remain valid for cannabinoid medicine today. Unfortunately, the current reality reveals profound failure in our system. So my presentation today highlights the challenges many patients face by examining the concrete example of my country, Canada. The Canadian system, despite the legalization of medical cannabis in Canada since 2001, Canadian patients continue to face major systemic obstacles. Indeed, Canada patients using medical cannabis do not have access to affordable treatment within their public health care system due to the total absence of reimbursement by provincial health care insurance plans, and even though cannabis has been recommended by a healthcare professional as an essential medication and the therapy of choice. Even more concerning, Canada imposes discriminatory taxation on medical cannabis through the application of federal and provincial sales tax, therefore treating a prescribed medication like an ordinary consumer goods in the same way as tobacco and alcohol. This practice constitute an undue financial burden for most vulnerable patients and represent flagrant discrimination based on medical condition. This situation constitutes a manifest discrimination. If cannabis is chosen to treat the same symptom as a drug covered by national healthcare system, like opioids, for example, there is no rational justification for denying its reimbursement or subjecting this medication to discriminatory taxation. So today, I am here to tell you that we are fed up with fragmented and arbitrary barriers that abandon patients. We are fed up with accepting a global system where profit margins, geopolitical interests, and criminalization and marginalized population dictate access to healing and health. The impact of these restrictive policies of the most vulnerable population is profound and often devastating. Among the victims of Canada's restrictive approach are the disabled people, the sick, and the dying, who are unfortunately deprived of this recognized treatment to relieve their suffering. This necessity has been recognized by Supreme Court justices across multiple jurisdictions and validated by modern science and clinical evidence. It is for these reasons that I call upon civil societies, organizations, and community advocates to raise your voice in this critical fight. You have the power to hold government accountable, to support patients facing discrimination, and to challenge stigma at the community level. Patient advocacy doesn't just happen by isolation. It requires, like Michael started in the United States, like we do in Canada, like some of you are doing in the Rasta community, it requires grassroots movements, community education, and collective action. We need you to amplify patient voices, to support families struggling with access barriers, and to demand policy changes from your elected representative. While these challenges persist, we must also recognize and celebrate the progress initiatives that are emerging. In particular, I would like to congratulate St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the remarkable advances made by establishing their medical cannabis legal framework. The opening of the first cannabis pharmacy represents a historic milestone in patient access to cannabinoid treatment. This initiative demonstrates the commitment of the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to establishing a modern health and wellness industry by placing cannabis as a central pillar of the vision. We particularly salute the objective of training doctors, pharmacists, and veterinarian in the medical use of cannabis, as well as the establishment of a rigorous protocol to ensure the quality of safety of product intended for patients. This integrated approach, combining appropriate regulation, professional training, and patient access, constitutes an exemplary model for other jurisdictions. However, I would strongly urge the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with the support of civil society throughout the Caribbean, to avoid repeating the mistakes that the Canadian system has put together. You must reject the discriminatory taxation of medical cannabis and establish reimbursement mechanism through the public health system from the beginning. Equitable access must not be compromised by financial barriers that would transform this promising advance into a privilege reserved for the wealthiest. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has the unique opportunity to create a true model of therapeutic justice from the start. These principles of equity and non-discrimination are not merely ideals, they are legally binding under the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disability, and member states must adopt legislation to effectively abolish discrimination. When health services are delivered in a discriminatory manner, whether manifestly or implicitly, it violates fundamental rights and breaches member states' obligation to provide equal access for all. Human rights constitute an essential element of the international legal framework for implementing drug policies. The right to health implies both freedoms and rights. Freedoms include the right to control one's health and body. These rights include, in particular, the right of access to health protection system that guarantees everyone on an equal basis the possibility of enjoying the best possible physical and mental well-being. However, legal frameworks are meaningless without active engagement from civil society. Communities must organize, educate, and advocate. Healthcare professionals must speak out about patient needs. Labor unions must provide support to workers who are medical cannabis patients. Academic institutions must prioritize research for free from corporate influence. Every sector of civil society has a crucial role to play in advancing therapeutic justice. It is therefore time to redirect our efforts toward concrete solutions. It is time to rethink medical cannabis policy to enable inclusive access and support adequate availability. These measures will advance human rights by guaranteeing medical cannabis patients an adequate standard of living for their health, and as stated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We call for a new transparent international framework based on scientific evidence and centered on patient voices, community wisdom, and collective liberation, not on political fear or corporate interests. We must also develop agreement between member states to guarantee that patients continues to have access to this medicine when they cross international borders. Currently, conflicting national legislation create a legal minefield for patients as they risk criminal prosecution simply for carrying their prescribed medicine. This legal inconsistency not only perpetuates the stigmatization of medical cannabis use, but also violates patients' fundamental right for freedom and movement and access to health care. We want to take this moment to formulate our recommendation and our urgent call to action, directed not only to government, but also to civil society. Today, I wish to remind treaty signatories of their international obligation not to directly interfere with the exercise of the right to health, to actively fight against discriminatory practices, limiting access to medical cannabis use on a medical necessity basis, and to prevent the violation of fundamental human rights. And I also wish to call upon civil society to hold government accountable to these obligations through sustainable advocacy, public education, and community mobilization. We urge member states to adopt corrective measures and encourage the adoption of measures whose objective will make it possible to improve access to medical cannabis, particularly regarding chronic and disabling pain, as stated in the 2019 Ministerial Declaration of the fundamental document that the United Nations Commission of Narcotic Drugs adopted at the 67th session, reaffirm member states' commitment to strengthening action at national, regional, and international level to accelerate implementation of commitments to address and counter the world drug problem. This declaration explicitly recognized the importance of improving access and availability of controlled substances for medical and scientific purposes while maintaining an appropriate control to prevent their diversion. On behalf of patient groups worldwide, we are here today to make a solemn commitment. We commit to breaking down research silo and eliminating corporate monopolies, and acknowledge by supporting community-led, patient-focused research program. Science must serve people, not just political and corporate shareholders. We commit to harmonizing international legal framework by pushing for international legal reform that decriminalize cannabinoid use and recognize it as a fundamental right to health. Laws must be rebuilt to prioritize healing over punishment and equity over control. Finally, we commit to ensuring transparency and accountability by being fully transparent in policies, funding, and results. To each person here today, you have an important role in this transformation. Healthcare professionals can provide education to colleagues and advocate for patients. Researchers can pursue community-led studies. Legal professionals should challenge discriminatory policies. I encourage church leaders to speak on the moral imperative of reducing suffering, parents to share their children's stories, patients to organize and amplify their voices, Each of us has the power to create change. In closing, let me share with you our irrevocable promises. We will spare no effort to achieve results and fight inequalities, working constructively to improve the right of patients who use cannabis for medical purposes, and to enable them to integrate into society by removing the various unjust constraints that they have been faced for far too long. We will continue to defend vulnerable population and their ability to access and use cannabis as a safe and supportive environment. The patients we represent here today have the right to access essential medicine. We will not rest until every patient who needs cannabinoid therapy can access them, no matter where they live. Medicine knows no borders, and human suffering even less so. It is time for our laws to reflect the universal truth in our shared humanity. Together, government, civil society, healthcare professionals, researchers, advocates, and patients, we can transform compassion and knowledge into real relief, dignity, and renew life for millions of people. The future of cannabinoid medicine begins today. The future of countless patients who depends on us cannot wait. I am deeply grateful today for the invitation and the opportunity to address you today on this critical issue that affects the lives of many patients worldwide. And I thank you again for the invitation and your commitment in this important cause. And I really wanted to say to you all that no matter, I am Francophone, I'm from a French-speaking country, but I'm really devoted to fight for this cause because I believe as a patient that cannabis is medicine and that we need to push for better access. And I encourage once again the government of St. Vincent to provide access for its people, to provide more research, to remove taxation. I don't know if in St. Vincent you are taxing medical cannabis, like I said it should not be taxed. People need to have access freely to this important medicine. I'm a living witness that it's working. Children that I've seen worldwide who are using cannabis for epilepsy, for example, are a living witness that this plant really do work. So we need to push for more access at the international level. And I thank you once again.
Aika?
Hello? Okay, you can hear me. Okay. I'll not move so much. I do lecturing a lot at the school, so I tend to move back and forth, so just follow with me. My presentation slides supposed to be up. There we go. Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, thank you. So today I'm going to be taking it a little bit further. You'll get to know me in my other slide as well, but I'll be focusing mostly on the cannabis beyond reclassification. I come from Canada, as you probably heard me ask a few questions. Next slide, please. So I just want to say this, that I have got funding from our government, but this is not a reflection of anything that they have given me in terms of my own work. This is my own views. This is based on my own doctoral research as well. So next slide, please. All right, so a little bit about me. Born in Canada, Toronto specifically, Jamaican parents, so the diaspora is very important to me, and you'll hear that throughout my presentation. I am a critical health sociologist. Many people have never heard of that before, but technically, I'm very critical of how things operate in terms of looking at power structures, social structures, also economic, and etc. And in terms of my work, I have my own consultancy where I do this work all the time. So I work specifically with government entities around medical cannabis. I am a former government official as well. I did used to work in the medical licensing at Health Canada. And I'm also a stakeholder, a very key stakeholder for Health Canada when it comes to talking about Black and diasporic populations in itself. So a lot of the work that I do in public health is really around our populations that are here as well as abroad. Next slide, please. Oh, and I am a medical cannabis patient. Maybe that's important to say. As I mentioned before, I do have chronic pain. I've had it since I was a child. And medical cannabis has been everything for me throughout my entire life. So it's very important. I know the first presenter did mention this, but I always love to bring context because this is some of the work that I've done with government is actually positioning our history as Black individuals from the diaspora. Cannabis means to us beyond what we've been knowing since Prohibition, which is in the 1930s. So cannabis in itself has had a very long history in Africa, dating all the way back, they say, from ancient Egypt, coming from the Mesopotamia area, et cetera, from the Himalayas. Cannabis in terms of use, even to the bong, the use of the water bong is actually originated from Botswana. They've also found artifacts and fossils of cannabis pollen and bee pollen, and the history in itself, even the language of how we even call it in different regions of Africa is very important to us. But how did it get here? So oftentimes you hear about the stories of the Indian indentured slaves, not slaves, but indentured servants in terms of coming here for labor in India, bringing it. But you can't see too clearly, but it's actually coming from the political economy, as I call it, of slavery. It was a cash crop. The Portuguese, the Dutch, the English used it. They brought it here with us in terms of the actual enslaved peoples as a way for economic development for them. And they had to bring it with us because we knew the value of it. We knew the therapy of it. We've known it for thousands of years. So this is why I'm grounding us to understand that this is indigenous knowledge for us at some point, right? So next slide, please. Okay. So when we think about our diasporic survival and resistance, we think about the ways in which cannabis has always been embedded in our wellness, always been embedded in our spirituality and cultural identities. We also look at the fact that there's colonial criminalization, right? The criminalization is still happening, even in places that it has been legalized and decriminalized. We also look at the fact that the legitimacy, right? It's always, oh, well, we need to do research, etc. And I'm a researcher, so I do agree. But the legitimacy in terms of the blurred lines of who gets to see what is legitimate, etc., right? When we have so much indigenous knowledge. And these are just some pictures that I picked out of the work that I've done with Rastafari communities in Toronto, in Canada, abroad. So we did meditation with cannabis and speaking to the government. Specifically speaking with Denisha Pendergrass, which is one of Bob Marley's granddaughters, speaking about cannabis and what that means in terms of the Marley family and being a Marley Rasta, and also in terms of African Emancipation Week as well, and Marcus Garvey Day. And you can go to the next slide, please. So to ground us back to the actual conversation of looking at the 2020 UN classification, and I won't repeat, but we know that there's been a declassification, rescheduling, of looking at it as a dangerous drug, right? We understand that even from the WHO, the World Health Organization, acknowledging that it does have therapeutic potential, as well as there hasn't been anything that discusses around reparative justice. And that doesn't only mean economic, that means our health and well-being as people within our regions and abroad. But it also opens that economic development and opportunities, which we've talked about, in terms of looking at medical cannabis markets, looking at pharmaceutical research, looking at new trade flows. But it doesn't undo the damage that it has, right? And then for the Caribbean region, including St. Vincent, since we're here grounded today, there is such a potential, as you can hear from all the speakers today, and value in terms of looking at integrating our traditional knowledge and not to repeat green colonialism, and I like to call it green capitalism as well, right? So that is also about the redistribution of the resources as well. You can go to the next slide. All right, so with this slide, I really want to just talk about the fact that we talk about the medicalization, the pharmaceuticalization in terms of legitimacy, right? Cannabis, as we know, was once criminalized, to continue to be in terms of those who gets persecuted and marginalized and discriminated against. But there is validity to it. There is a market that's opening, and we should be a part of that market. We should be pioneering that market instead of being squeezed out of that market. And I want that to be an acknowledgement for everyone here, is that we have the opportunity to navigate and pioneer here. When you go to other places within our diaspora, like the UK, Canada in itself, we've been pushed out, and I'll show that in my slides as well. Also looking at the difference between wellness and medicine, right? So we talk about wellness a lot, but it's always elemented with or connected with money and commodity and making it a commodity. Wellness should not be a commodity, right? It should be something that is spiritual. It's supposed to be something that is grounded. It's a part of who we are as people. But also looking at patient access, which I can't not talk about in terms of availability and access, and looking at the accommodations that have to be made for patients as well. And then also looking at in terms of power and capital, right? And what I said is that, you know, the introduction of patents on plants, right? Looking at the ways in which foreign investment and the selectiveness of foreign investment, who they invest in and who they do not get investments. You can go to the next slide, please. So within this whole legalized framework as well, globally, as we move towards legalization, it's important to note the vulnerability of our youth. Our youth are important. They're our future, correct? So in Jamaica, you can see that nearly 1 in 5 adolescents aged between 13 to 17 have used marijuana or cannabis, or ganja if you want to use that one too. In terms of early initiation, it's usually before the age of 12. That is extremely concerning, okay? And up to 60% have reported easy access to cannabis. In Barbados, 22% and within their lifetime in terms of prevalence among youth. And the most concerning is that the risk of perception has declined in terms of recognizing it as harmful. And then within the Caribbean regions, we can see in Suriname, it's 3.29%, and in Dominica, it's 17.47%. The average in terms of annual prevalence of use among Caribbean youth is around 9.7%. Okay, next slide. So that's all to say that our youth is extremely vulnerable. There are a lot of populations and groups and things that we need to recognize in terms of building out a public health programming and system in terms of medical cannabis. In terms of the actual public health realities here that we're seeing here in the Caribbean is that policy does not always equal access, right? There's a transition. We need to be transitioning towards cultural cultivators in terms of the legal space. Patients are continuing to get left out, and I'm sad to hear that it's also something that's happening here. I wish it stayed in Canada, where we can deal with it a little bit, rather than having it here where people are also being left out. When we also look at youth and mental health, we're also looking at, in terms of, like I mentioned, the early use and low harm reduction. So what does messaging look like to youth? Because I'm pretty sure when I was young, if somebody told me don't smoke ganja, I'm going to be like, yeah, okay, I'm going in the back corner with my friend. Right? So what does harm reduction look like, or risk reduction look like for our youth, right? Differently. And then also health system capacity, right? So we're dealing with something that is like cannabis. Where's, in terms of looking at things like cannabis-induced psychosis, right? Looking at different, in terms of the adverse effects. Do we have an infrastructure in terms of a proper infrastructure for getting access to medical cannabis, for also supporting those that may have adverse events in terms of cannabis as well? Next slide, please. So in Canada, go ahead, next slide. So I have a quick trivia. Yes or no? In Canada, has there ever been acknowledgement of cultural, religious, or social infrastructure in our cannabis policies? And you can guess. Oh, so you think there is, okay. Anybody else? Yes, no? No? Okay, next slide. So no. No, and that's where I am so proud that St. Vincent and so many of the regions here have acknowledged. Having that conversation is so difficult in Canada, I can assure you, where our Rastafari communities are not even at the tables. They're not even acknowledged at the tables. Next slide, please. So here is a scope of what it looks like in Canada in terms of medical cannabis and also the recreational cannabis space. Over 84% of cannabis industry leaders are white-owned. Only 16% are non-white. And at the bottom, I don't know if anybody can see, but only 1% of the Canadian industry in terms of leaders are black. And that is data from 2020. And I assure you that majority of my friends that follow that 1% are gone. They're non-existent in terms of licensed producers, dispensary owners, etc. We still have criminalization in terms of carding and discriminatory practices around legalization, and even the actual processing of licensing is extremely difficult. Okay, next slide. So why is this important? Because out of the 1.5 million, out of the, I think it was about 43 million people that we have right now in Canada, 4.3% is black, which is probably not significant to you. You're like, okay, whatever, it's only 4%. But of that 4.3%, 48.3% is from the Caribbean. That is significant. Our diaspora is huge. We want to be a part of what is happening here as much as we want you to be a part of what's happening over there. Next slide, please. So, another aspect of it that I'm going to go back to as well is that our medical cannabis space in Canada, with the lack of representation from our populations as well, is so focused sometimes on the seeds to sale, in terms of the access points and doctors and these licensed producers taking in spaces, looking at the monitoring and data that's really focused on just identifying harms and not really focused on certain populations in terms of actually understanding what is happening with our black populations in terms of medical cannabis. They're also, in terms of healthcare providers, they're focused, but there's not as much emphasis and prioritization there as well. When we look at quality control systems, it's incomplete in terms of actual compliance and in terms of actual alignment in that and misalignment. And when all this is happening, what we find is that as policies are changing, that patients are always getting lost, which Daphne had talked about a lot. You can go to the next slide. So in the space of legalization for our youth in Canada, we have a rate of around 37 to 43% of our youth are using cannabis in our regulated market. And I believe the age group is about 19. After 19, you're allowed to, it's legal. So this is very significant in terms of the actual population and group. And the major issues that we're having in terms of post-legalization that I want you to acknowledge in terms of as a lot of these countries and a lot of people and delegates are here is to make sure that your policies and how you're shaping them don't do what we are doing in Canada. One of the biggest things is the increase in cannabis-related emergency room visits in youth. Kids are finding gummies and they're taking gummies and now you end up in the hospital. There's increased use in terms of cannabis use disorder and diagnoses. There's also the safety of driving after consumption and understanding that safety in terms of policies as well as health marketing as well in terms of health promotion. We have a lot of challenges with high THC products, which we've heard a little bit about, that potency is not always the greatest thing in terms of all the other things that are happening within the plant, right? Also, in terms of normalization, as you can see, a lot of youth are thinking this is very normal, it's legal. I'm gonna smoke a weed, I'm gonna smoke a spliff. That's not always the case, right? So it's also the education in terms of working with youth. And also in terms of our pediatrics, so children that are medical patients that need cannabis, also our senior populations as people are getting older, and as well as our racialized and women's health, there are a lot of needs in terms of specialized care to actually help and support things like individuals who need support with menopausal symptoms, etc. You can go ahead. Next slide. So, Canada thought they had a coordinated national healthcare framework with the age restrictions, with the public health education, and the regulations, yet we still see harms increase. And I just want to leave this note that legalization alone does not protect youth and patients. So a comprehensive regulation does not automatically mean you're going to prevent harm. And infrastructures from all angles. So this means that we have to use a multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary as well as a transdisciplinary approach where everybody's at the table in order to build and develop something that is progressive and is going to protect the health and social protection of our populations and groups. Next slide. And going back to the World Health Organization is really acknowledging the fact that their main focus was around the recommendations for cannabis rescheduling to look at the protection of people's health, but also, not yet, we're almost there. Well, you just need to tell me to come off the stage. I'm joking. Looking at people in terms of protecting our health, and do not limit the access. So in this process that you're developing, do not limit the access, but there is things that we need to do in order to make sure that it's going to be perfect, because a lot of these policies and stuff are not going to be perfect, but we have to recognize the harms before the harms actually come and hurt our communities, because it's usually our communities that feel it the most. Next slide. So these are just some of the pictures of the work that I've done in terms of looking at public health. So if my government isn't going to do it, then I'm going to do it. That's my policy, because I love my population, I love my community. What you can see here is a lot of the work that we've done in terms of public education, integrating it into our Toronto Carnival, our Caravana Festival, of getting people to go to different mass camps and talking about it, and working with Black dispensaries in order to integrate it into a healthy way of how do you use cannabis during carnival season, for example. As you can see in the bottom with the Rasta, we've worked with Rasta communities to see how can economic development and bringing government to the table to talk to Rastafari communities. Also, we've done initiatives like hip hop healing, where we've actually used modalities and techniques of using hip hop to get to youth, to get to Black youth, right? Taking hip hop lyrics. I love dancehall music, I love soca, so I use my cartel lyrics, I use my Buju Banton lyrics and all of those lyrics, and I use that and I say, what are they saying when they're mentioning certain things about cannabis? Does it resonate with you, right? Because oftentimes, problematic substance use is just a symptom of a bigger issue that's happening. So we need to get down to the bottom of it. How can we support our youth so that they don't end up going to use cannabis, right? But how do we do it in a way that resonates with them, right? And then I also incorporate art as well. So we had artists, and this is his artwork right there. And then I've also done a Black history event where we got Rastas, we got a bunch of different community groups, older adults, to actually come and look at the history of cannabis since its introduction into Africa and how it's followed us all the way here today. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, and this is just some more pictures of things that we've done. And what we ended up doing with one of our events in order to do more public education was actually have sticky notes for people to ask questions about it. If you knew something about the history, you put it there, and we added it to it, because not everything is captured. You can go to the next slide. So, all in all, is all approaches in terms of patients, we should not be getting lost in the fact of these neoliberal ideologies of just a free market, a deregulation, and just sell. We need to also focus on a coordinated regional health system. We need to think about harmonization within the region and what that looks like for all of us here as well as away as well, right? Also looking at social equity in terms of patient protection and making sure that it's culturally grounded, that it makes sense for us, right? That you're using things like patois and Creole and these types of messaging as well. But also looking at the fact that we need unified approaches for vulnerable populations as well. And next slide. I think that's it. And then also integrating our indigenous ways of knowing and also teachings in terms of the actual understanding and benefits of the plant itself beyond just this new knowledge, I like to call it, that uses our knowledge but, validates it. You can go to the next slide. So just some key points is reparative economics in terms of fair land access, patient-centered care, community wellness and tourism in terms of looking at economic development that doesn't extract from our populations but adds to our populations and groups, right? Solidarity amongst the CARICOM nations as well as abroad, like I mentioned, and the critical engagement in terms of looking at challenging these systems around criminalization that's still happening in countries like, continents like Africa, and making sure that that diaspora is okay too in terms of that. So that is all in terms of global harmonization in itself. Next slide. And I love this quote. Every time I do a lecture or speak, I always love leaving this quote. It says, "It's not inequities that kill people, it's those who are responsible for these inequities that kill people." So we have a responsibility. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, well, that was a fairly broad session talking about, bringing up the issue of the INCB and talking about patient advocacy. We have been hearing in the Caribbean a lot about Rastafari and advocacy from that point of view. Been getting the standpoint for patient advocacy. And then in relation to rights, and of course the youth, how do we protect them? We're open for questions. I don't know if there are any questions for the panel. And so you have a mic. Come.
Good afternoon. Right. So I want to ask a question. I guess it's a question that would, October the 1st type of question. I never thought of it until just now. So you know you have the CSME, you have the movement in terms of the 4 countries, islands within the CSME. Daphne was talking, and thank you for your presentation, about harmonization basically and movement and patients being able to move and use cannabis. Have we looked at maybe the law pertaining to, if I'm Vincent and I'm going to Barbados, I'm a cannabis patient, what happens? Because in general we said that healthcare in Barbados and we said healthcare is going to be, what was going to be provided, but I don't know if we drill down deep and the person was a cannabis patient, and the people coming from Antigua, the 4 islands are involved. I was just wondering out of what you said.
Well, the perspective that I was presenting was mostly a Canadian perspective. As a Canadian and as a medical cannabis patient, I come here today and I was not able to bring my own medication. And I suffer from brain aneurysm and cancer. So I was not able to, I had to leave my medication back home. So when I went to the United Nations and we presented this perspective, and we told them that this is a major issue when it comes to freedom of movement. We need to find ways, the Caribbean and from the international perspective, we need to find ways that patients are able not only to travel within their own region, but internationally with their own medication. Because medication, the pain that I'm having with cancer or the brain aneurysm, if I travel, I can pack my backpack or my luggages with opioids. There's no problem with that. But if I try to bring one joint or my medical cannabis oil, I can't. I will be arrested, and that's it for me. So that's why as a jurist, from a legal perspective, I'm telling the governments of this world that this needs to stop. People need to have access to medicine and be able to carry that medicine wherever they want. This needs to stop because it's a violation of human rights. And I'm also really happy to hear that within the region here, people are able to go from certain country to others, but it's not general. So I can hear you.
I'm saying, but we're not sure about taking the cannabis to the 4 islands that have opened up as of October the 1st, 2025, and say you could come, live, and work. I'm not sure. I guess we have to hear now person's experiences are when they go to the other jurisdiction and they say, I am a cannabis patient. We don't have to wait to hear.
So, I'd love to have a lawyer actually answer this question. But from my understanding of the treaties, when you're talking about medical cannabis used under a medical cannabis authority of a country, it's up to the agreements between the countries at the international level. That's where the harmonization comes in. There's no reason why countries can't establish a policy at the international level that establishes certain standards of what they mean by a cannabis prescription or a cannabis product or a patient that they can actually adhere to. As an example, in Netherlands, they've had prescription cannabis all the way back to the 1990s, and they had what's called a Schengen agreement, which you could get filled out as an extra form that you'd fill out and have your doctor sign. And with the prescription for the cannabis and that Schengen agreement, you could go to any of the European Union countries, for example. So maybe something like that, a Schengen agreement for the Caribbean region.
patients are still limited to certain countries. That's not freedom of movement. It's limited. It needs to be international. It needs to be every country. There shouldn't be any discrimination whatsoever for people to carrying their medicine. Medicine is medicine, period. That's why we're asking this for a change, a major change at the international level when it comes to transportation of your medication. I have people that I know who suffer from severe pain, people that are suffering in Canada, lawyers, like people who travel every single week and they can't take their medication with them. They have to go back to opioids. How does that make any sense? It's a prescribed medicine. It needs to be, the discrimination needs to stop. Cannabis is subject to so many discrimination. When we talk about stigma, we always use this terminology of stigma, but what is stigma exactly? Stigma is people not being able to travel with their medicine. That's one stigma. Taxation is another issue. It's expensive. So people, like for example in Canada, opioids, like I said on my presentation, it's covered. So it's easy for people to get access to opioids, but when it comes to cannabis, even if it's prescribed, you can travel with it. You have to go back to this medicine that it's not good for your health. I was on severe opioids when I had my brain surgery. I was so sick, but it was so easy for me to get access to it. It was easy for me to travel with it. This needs to stop. I think that there's a need for the government, the parliamentary, to sit down together and see what they can do to stop this discrimination against this plant.
I just want to add something in general to this conversation. When I spoke, just about everything I spoke of was from the single convention perspective of cannabis for scientific research and medical purposes. They make a very big point of cannabis for scientific and medical purposes. You heard the ministers, many of them talk about the four corners of the law. So when you're dealing with cannabis for medicine, it's pretty straightforward. If you're dealing with cannabis that's outside of that framework, like you heard today, talking about potentially cannabis in high cuisine and things like that, that's a different set of laws. So for the geeky activists out there that are working on this, you want to learn more about it. First, the cannabis and medicine, the deep dive, go on the web and look for the World Health Organization review that we did. It's called Patient Struggle to Global Implications, written, co-authored by me, a journal article. And it'll tell you everything about the medical marijuana side, but if it's non-medical or according to the UN doesn't fall in that category, you need to look at a document that we created, our team created, Kenzie Ribulet out of Barcelona, called High Compliance. You'll love the subtitle, High Compliance, How to Legalize Cannabis in Compliance with the Single Convention Narcotics Treaty. And it is possible, it's different, and the trade is going to be different, there's going to be different rules that apply, and if you don't understand this language, from the treaty perspective, you'll have trouble really meeting your ministers in that box of the four corners of the legislation. So,
let me just put in a question here to Ika. There are varied persons here in the room. Some from regulatory authorities, some from Christian groups, churches, and so forth. You pointed it out there in relation to the youth and the problems in relation to the youth. And it may have been swept away simply as youth education is needed, Just give some youth education. For the individuals who themselves are seeing higher rates of cannabis use disorders or psychosis and so forth, and are worried and are dependent. And a lot of people in the medical community have those concerns. How do you rationalize advocacy for greater patient use and at the same time in relation to youth? I know we talk about greater patient use, we talk about adults, but as you rightly pointed out, because the youth say, look, it's legalized, it's so forth, therefore I have access to. I am 16, I'm a man, I'm a woman, and so could you answer that question, for the audience as we take some other questions?
Okay, there we go. It's on. I think it's a difficult thing to navigate in itself, but it's not impossible. One of the biggest issues is connecting with the youth and understanding the youth. There's a differentiation, at least in Canada, there's a clear differentiation between the medical route of using cannabis as a youth and the recreational space, right? Medicinally, you have a framework, right, where you have to actually go to the doctor, you have to be working with your healthcare providers, so your doctor, a nurse practitioner, et cetera, in terms of accessing medical cannabis. So you are going to be a youth that has either a medical issue, whether it's epilepsy, whether it's chronic pain like myself in terms of fibromyalgia or arthritis. So you're not just going to go and just be like, okay, well, I'm just going to go to my local dealer and get weed and self-medicate. It's a very regulated market within Canada and the way that it's structured. Even in terms of accessing medical cannabis in itself, though we have dispensaries and we're open, medical patients are not allowed to access medical cannabis through the recreational space in terms of dispensaries, etc. In terms of actual youth that are non-medical that are using cannabis or saying that they're going to be self-medicating or therapeutic use, I think that's where the education and how we talk to and engage with youth is totally different. And again, my slides were not to fearmonger, so we can say that no medical cannabis at all. No, medical cannabis in itself, for us at least in Canada and many places in the world, is very differentiated in terms of the actual access for pediatric care and for also individuals with conditions. For youth, again, like I said, that are non-medical, I think that's where the education and public awareness is at, is giving them that research, but also using that research in a way that is simplified and they understand that if there is an unregulated, if you're using cannabis without the guidance of medical professionals and et cetera, or even indigenous leaders and healers themselves, that you're not doing it medicinally or properly or appropriately. I will use the word appropriately, and that there is hesitations around problematic use, essentially. So I know that with the populations that we work with youth, is really recognizing and make them understand that yes, it's legal, yes, it's everywhere. Yes, you probably heard stories about ganja tea and this and that, but at the same time, the knowledge isn't there. They actually don't know as much as we think they do, and they do need our support in terms of that. So I think that's where the churches and other individuals and stakeholders do need to come to the table and say, telling that kid to put the spliff down is not going to be the way to get to these youth. It's going to actually be having a conversation with them. And oftentimes when you do have that conversation with them, you unlock a lot as well with them. Hope that helps answer.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to make a comment and a question. So my comment really is on patient rights. As a Rastafari community member, we've been on this journey for ganja for a long time. And we get a lot of the stigma and the pushback when it comes to the law and rights and human rights and constitutional rights in regards to Rastafari and ganja, And when the patient rights narrative, came into being and was recognized, we came to see that it had a kind of resonance that in many respects was free from the stigma and discrimination because it's not tied to Rastafari, and it also fits squarely within the conventions and the exceptions there for medical and scientific purposes. And for that purpose, it also fits squarely within the constitutional provisions that we have here in the Commonwealth Caribbean as it relates to the right to health and right to certain liberties, and certainly the Canadian constitutional jurisprudence on the right to health has been very clear, very precise, and very applicable to the Commonwealth Caribbean. Right? So I love that patient rights approach to it. What I would love to see now, I'm saying, is a greater advocacy, cooperation between the patient rights and the Rastafari and traditional rights advocates. Right? Reason being because we are the ones who have been saying forever that this is the medicine for the healing of a nation. Right? And as therefore the advocates and the suppliers of that, we want to be in concert with the demanders, the patients, to say this is what we need to be done to free up and to facilitate and to reduce the barriers and the legal hurdles to get the medicine to the patients. From the practitioners, traditional practitioners who have the expertise, to the patients in need. And I think that with that kind of a joint advocacy, we should be able to move some of the legal and policy barriers that exist. Now, on the other hand, I'm saying, why don't we have patient rights advocacy or organizations in the Caribbean? I don't see any. I don't hear any. You know, and I'm saying to myself, is it because, one, we don't see ourselves as patients, because all of us use ganja in some way for a variety of purposes that are inherently medical / therapeutic? Or is it because of the stigma that we still have that prevents people from saying, I am a patient, or I want to be a patient? And so I'm saying, what can be done to strengthen the advocacy around patient rights in the Caribbean, to strengthen the decades-old advocacy for legalization of ganja?
I think that's a great question. I think that's a really great question. You know, if you pay attention to my presentation today, I ask you guys for a call for action. A call for action. And this call for action, that implies Rastafari, it implies everybody. I myself, when I created this entity called the Voice of Medical Cannabis Patient, it's because I'm a patient myself, and I told myself this is ridiculous. When I started looking at these court cases, one thing that stood up for me was that whole thing around medical necessity. Advocates like Michael and so many others, they went to court asking the government to stop the discrimination around access to medicine. And that key word for me as a jurist is that medical necessity. It's a pillar of all the research that I've been doing over 13 years now around providing better access for people who are sick and who are using medical cannabis. So I'm telling you, in your country, in your own country, you can start a group, start asking, start with members of parliament, keep on knocking at those doors, and one day you can bring them down.
Yeah, the answer to the question is simple. We have this right, human rights, and also indigenous rights. Movement of people, movement of medicine. But remember, I always reiterate, it's not cannabis monetarily, it is cannabis and sustainable development. And all the islands in the Caribbean are aware, all the governments are aware. Because when I go to the different ministries, I see the billboards. We need to attain by 2030. So move with the medical.
This use disorder. So at the UN, the nemesis of cannabis is a guy named Kevin Sabet. He runs a Smart Approaches to Marijuana organization, aspires to be the go-to anti-marijuana person for the world. And countries like Indonesia and Russia and others do count on him for talking points. This is totally wrong. Lying disconnect the THC from the buying perspective of the consumer. We need to absolutely disconnect that. For one thing, if you give a blind taste test to cannabis consumers, they often won't pick the highest THC. They'll pick something that's a little bit lower THC that has greater flavor, aroma, cannabinoids, terpenes, flavonoids that give them the desired effect. So you don't need the high THC, and if you can eliminate that, at least in broad populations, by just how you advertise it, how you commercially package it, we can actually reduce that very serious. I absolutely feel such
I think as as black people in general, we tend to wait until certain conversations come up in order for us to understand the benefits of the things that we already have here, right? So, saying this to say that weed or ganja or cannabis was around not now. It just didn't just appear out. We already knew the benefits of weed. And in order for us to want, a balance between us and the benefits, we ourselves need to remove the discrimination from home, right? We cannot just want a particular nation, like Miss is from Canada and she's trying her best to really bring reparations when it comes to understanding the benefits of cannabis, especially those in the diaspora, really basing her research and her advocacy for those people of Caribbean descent, right? But how about we as Caribbean people, instead of going to other people's countries, quote unquote, how about we come home with the knowledge, the tools, the funds, and work within home? We are trying to legalize, or we're trying to decriminalize a plant that has been basically discriminated against for years. And we're trying to fight it in a country where we are minimals. As Miss had pointed out, she stated that 1.5 million Canadians are from, right? And in a population of 48 million. So we come in like we're fighting not a losing battle. We are coming together in spaces, yes. But how about when we are coming together in those spaces, we try to see how much we can gain from working in these places
and taking the benefits home because you're knowledgeable, right? Imagine if you have that space to work with the enthusiasm, the energy, the knowledge that you have in a place where you don't have to fight so hard to take up space. You understand? So between you fighting a battle, you fighting between trying to get the knowledge and the benefits and advocating for the benefits of cannabis within a space that basically is not waiting, removing the stigma from home. You understand?
Oh no, I understand. I just want you all to answer my emails when I do send those emails that I want to work. No, and I'm going to be honest. No, I'm not even.
And
it's not even playing a joke. I'm not even playing a joke. I'm not even because, like, to be honest, be honest, it was only Dr. Thompson's team was the only one that answered my emails.
But that's the conversation.
So it's not that I want to continue fighting over there because, like you said, it's a losing battle.
Exactly.
Right. So please, when I tell you I want to get out of Canada so badly, you should see my WhatsApp. I'm like, yo, I don't want to come back, like, I don't know about that. But no, you're right. But it's honestly,
home.
I want to bring it home. This is why I came here as well. I actually missed my flight. And I ended up a long journey. So I want to thank Dr. Thompson's team so much for answering my email. I've sent emails countless times for years.
But that's the thing. The discrimination is still here at home, right? How do we remove that stigma?
Very interesting discussion there. Listen, this panel was very important, bringing in that whole aspect of patient advocacy in particularly. I want you to give a round of applause to Michael, Daphne, and Ika, and bringing that North American perspective to, North American perspective, to the process. And I want to thank you very much and so forth. Yes, we're moving on, and I'm pretty sure that knowing Daphne and Ika, they're going to be asking some questions from the audience still, We're going to switch a little bit. We want to get we just get a North American, a bit of a European Union perspective. But before that, there's a different subject. Psychedelics. Not cannabis, psychedelics. What is it? What is psychedelics all about? Well, no, please. You take the steps? Yeah. Do you know that there is the single convention that was passed in 1961? And then there is the Convention of Psychotropics from 1971. And cannabis is not only in the single convention as a narcotic, it's also in the psychotropic convention. And in the convention of 19 on trafficking, of course, cannabis too. So cannabis is in all, but with the psychotropic convention, there are lots of other substances, some that were not even thought about in 1971. New substances that are psychedelics, right? And some that are a little older. Very interesting. And we are going to hear from a Mr. John Holliday. He's connected with one of the companies here that is exploring the whole concept of psychedelics. Now, truthfully, tomorrow, the tours are going to start from 9:30. We really want people to be there by 9 o'clock at Arnersville on the old Arnersville runway, right outside of Ace Hardware. There's a tent that's going to be set up. With buses there to take you on the tours. Please be early. Ika, don't miss the bus. You know? And for all those other people who missed flights and came in, don't miss those. Don't miss the bus. It'll be very exciting. We should have been going to a very special plant that is dealing with psychedelics, but we're not going to go there this time. But Mr. Holiday is still going to tell us a little about this. For all those of you who've been hearing about psychedelic, but really, you're here for cannabis. You're here for anything cannabis on the line. We are deviating a little bit to talk a little bit about psychotropics, psychedelics, psilocybin, all these other things. Mr. Holiday, please.
Thank you. Magic mushrooms. That's what I'm going to talk about. I have some slides to show. This is how I feel in the morning before my coffee. Next slide, please. To introduce myself, my name is John Holliday. I'm known in the mushroom industry as Dr. John. I am the Vice President of the International Society of Medicinal Mushrooms and the editor of the peer-reviewed journal in this field called the International Journal of Medicinal Mushrooms. I have been growing mushrooms since 1976, a half a century. And for the last 30 years, I've spent my time doing research and lecturing on medicinal mushrooms of various types. A lot of people don't realize that the majority of our pharmaceutical drugs come from fungi or from mushrooms. All of the antibiotics, cholesterol-lowering drugs, organ rejection drugs, antivirals, anti-cancer drugs, these primarily come from mushrooms and other fungi. In the 1990s, I founded a company called Aloha Medicinals, which is the largest producer in the world of medicinal mushrooms and raw materials from mushrooms for the pharmaceutical industry. And we're now working on the final phases of a cultivation facility growing magic mushrooms here in St. Vincent. When I say cultivation, mushrooms are not grown like cannabis or any other plant. It's strictly a laboratory, sterile tissue culture process. I wanted to discuss some of the uses of psilocybin and magic mushrooms in the medical field, because I see this as an opportunity for St. Vincent to become a major supplier into the pharmaceutical chain for these emerging mental health drugs. To the best of my knowledge, this facility we're building in Arnos Vale will be the largest magic mushroom cultivation facility in the world. Next. Go through a lot of fear and anxiety. And this is another area that has gotten a lot of research with single dose treatment with psilocybin, high dose treatment with psilocybin. Psilocybin seems to be a very important adjunct for all sorts of addictions: tobacco, opiates, alcohol, as I mentioned. And once again, 80% success with alcoholics. Next. Magic mushrooms have been used for a long time. We know through the archaeological record that as far back as 7,000 BC, magic mushrooms were used. This rock art painting that was found in Algeria on the right, I would say that guy probably took some magic mushrooms. And Sumeria, 4,000 BC. Central America, South America, and the Caribbean have long histories of the use of psychoactive mushrooms. It's not something new. It's just something we're starting to understand. One thing that's common with humans everywhere, we're very good observers of nature. We may not know why something works, but all around the world you find different groups of people that are using the same medicines for treating the same sort of thing. In any one place you might say, oh, this is an old wives' tale. But when you see the same old wives' tale across multiple cultures and across long periods of history, we know something is going on there because we're observing the results. Next. Really, magic mushrooms came to the attention of modern science or modern life in May of 1957 when Gordon Wasson wrote an article in Life magazine called The Secret of Divine Mushrooms. And that's when the name magic mushrooms was coined. 1957. It's not that long ago. Next. In 1958, Sandoz came out with this drug called indocybin. And this was very successfully used in treating all sorts of mental disorders right up until 1970 when the FDA scheduled psilocybin as Schedule I useless drug with no medical application. It doesn't work anymore. When we look at the chart of different psychoactive drugs, you can see that psilocybin is basically about the safest of all of them. You know, as far as the active dose to the lethal dose, it's right there with marijuana. Ever heard of anybody dying from a marijuana overdose? Or a psilocybin overdose? And there is virtually no dependence potential with magic mushrooms. Think about when you go on vacation, and no matter how much fun you have on that vacation, when you get home, it feels good to sleep in your own bed. And you don't want to go on vacation the next day. Well, that's a lot like what magic mushrooms are. It's like taking a vacation in the comfort of your own home. So the idea that people are going to abuse it by repeatedly taking it, it just doesn't hold up. People don't want to take it repeatedly. It's maybe several times a year, unless maybe there's another way to do it too for more effective treatment. And by the way, could we go back to that one? Our current class of antidepressants are called SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. The toxicity of today's class of antidepressants, the toxicity is essentially the same as heroin. This is not what I would like to prescribe to a patient. Next. So with a single dose treatment with 25 milligrams of psilocybin, this would be considered a very high dose. You're going to have maximum effect in that 6-hour to 12-hour range, and by 20 hours the effect is completely worn off. But you have a mental reset that lasts for some time until you eventually drift back down to your baseline mental state at about 9 or 10 months from then. Next. Well, in that 12-hour period, the patient is non-functional with that kind of a dose. And afterwards, after that 12, see that. So I went to Tibet, and I climbed in the Himalayas with the local people till I found this mushroom. And I learned how to cultivate that mushroom. No one had done that before. Even though it's traditional Chinese medicine for, I don't know, thousands of years, I was the first person that looked at that from a Western perspective. And I thought to myself, this is a magic mushroom. And from there, it kind of expanded. Every time I would look at a different mushroom, I would see, this is a magic in the 90s. And I still work with Paul occasionally. Yeah, he has excellent products.
I was mostly curious to know what are the effects when it comes to treating symptoms of cancer, for example.
Okay, one more comment. I think you were from Canada, correct?
I am.
Okay, I'll give you a tip. Canada has a really excellent quality medicinal mushroom line. It's Purica is the company. Personally, I prefer Purica products over Paul's. So, and I think they'll probably, well, I'm not a commercial guy, you know, but I think they may be cheaper because they're manufactured in Canada, in British Columbia. Cancer treatment, yeah, cancer treatment are the big areas for medicinal mushrooms. In fact, many of the chemotherapy drugs now are derived from mushrooms. One of the problems that we have with, let's use chemotherapy drugs as a example. Nature always evolves the least toxic form of a molecule. Has to be the least toxic because it evolved in a living creature. And if we take that molecule and we modify it in any way, add a methyl group here or an oxygen group there, you get more toxicity from that drug. Sometimes you get more effectiveness, but you always get more toxicity. And because the natural mushroom compounds are not patentable because they're natural compounds, the pharma company will take these natural compounds from the mushrooms and they will throw a molecular twist, put an oxygen here or a methyl group there so that they can patent it. Yeah. They can patent it and make more money, but it doesn't make a better drug. Not usually. Anti-cancer use is probably more researched with medicinal mushrooms than any other. The number one anti-cancer drug in the world, and the number 2, and the number 3 are all extracts from mushrooms. Those drugs are PSK, made in Japan, PSP, made in China, and Lentinan, made in Japan. By prescriptions, that's the 3 most widely used anti-cancer drugs in the world, and those are simple mushroom extracts.
I think we'll take the last question. Yes, Pam.
Give thanks. Thanks for your presentation as well. You hearing me? No? Yeah? All right, good. Thanks for your presentation. My question is of 2 parts. One, if you can tell us a little bit about the project you have in St. Vincent regarding mushrooms. I would love to hear about it because I'm big into psilocybins and edible mushrooms, medicinal mushrooms. And the second question is more on a personal level in terms of the civilians who do not know about psilocybins and have not experienced it. How do you make it easy for people to get over their anxiety about trying magic mushrooms, you know, and explaining to them how it can be healing for them and getting over the stigma and the taboo that mushrooms have had over the years?
How do you take it?
Thank you.
Basically talk a little bit about your project and then how would you encourage people to take psilocybin because a lot of people have stigma around it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes, thank you for your question. First, about the project, I was approached several years ago, I think about 2021, I was approached by the owners of Canna SVG about building a pharmaceutical grade mushroom production facility here. I have designed and built over 100 mushroom farms around the world. So we started this project 4 or 5 years ago, and we've run into several issues that slowed things down. But for the last year, We've been finishing up all of the installation of equipment and building out the building and whatnot. So we're just about ready to go into production, probably within the next 30 days. After that, we should have product available to the public within another 45 days. I think that when we started this project, they had no idea how much psilocybin we could produce in that area. When we finally got down to penciling out the production output and they realized this is more psilocybin than the world can use, they decided to also, after the initial run of psilocybin for the first couple of months, we'll be producing other species of medicinal mushrooms, such as the ones for treating Alzheimer's. Now, how do we encourage people to try this? That's a really good question. What I've always thought is that the person that really needs this is that old lady that lives on the corner. But she's not going to take it for her arthritis unless her doctor tells her so, unless the pharmacist knows about it and can recommend it. And so my approach for many years has been to take these well-proven concepts into the medical societies. I lecture at medical schools and medical societies and try and educate pharmaceutical groups so that as these compounds become more widely recognized and hopefully taken off of ridiculous drug schedules, that the doctors that we're seeing for our other health problems will be in a good position to recommend it for us, to be able to oversee side effects, contraindications, other drugs that it may not mix well with, dosage. These are things that are hard to control if we just go pick mushrooms or buy a bag of dried mushrooms. So anybody that wants to try it, I would suggest start low and see how you do. You know your body better than anyone else. I mentioned 25 milligrams of psilocybin. Well, that would be about, about 4 grams of dried mushrooms. That would be a very high dose. I would never recommend somebody to start with that kind of a dose until they see how they do with it. Maybe a half a gram or 1 gram, and then you'll know. You'll certainly know. That's the one problem we have with placebo-controlled trials with medicinal mushrooms. Anybody that gets the placebo knows it's a placebo. I don't know if I answered your question exactly, but...
Yes and no in a way, because yes, definitely the wise thing would be to start small, right? But having had 3.5 grams myself and having gone through that experience, nobody could really explain to you what this is going to be like. But when you come out on the other side of it, the way your mind feels, how you interpret the experience is really, you know, the medicine is the healing, right? But for somebody, I mean, I'm open-minded because I'm a herbalist, I smoke ganja. So for somebody who doesn't use any alternative medicines and, you know, have the pharmaceutical brain, you know, that your doctor has to prescribe it, how do you get them to get over that threshold of a 2 grams, a 3 grams?
You know, you pointed out something really interesting. How do you describe to someone a completely altered state of consciousness? Sometimes I think we don't have words in our language to describe these things. One way that the mind works is we have a central processing area, and all of these inputs through our eyes and through our ears and through our touch, it all goes to the central processing area first, and then from there it's directed to which part of the sensory of the brain, the sight section of the brain, the touch section of the brain. One thing that psilocybin seems to do is disconnect that central processing unit. So now our sight also goes to hearing, also goes to touch. This is the best way that I can describe it myself. When you're listening to me right now, you're focusing on my voice, but you're also aware that there's a fan running in the background, that the table is red, there's a guy sitting over there, but we have to put a curtain in front of our eyes, basically. We have to be able to focus right down to what we're trying to do at that point. Until by the time we're probably 4 or 5 years old, everything that we see in life is like we're looking through a curtain. What psilocybin does to me is it pulls the curtain aside. For that brief amount of time, it pulls the curtain aside and allows me to see things as they really are, including myself. And that's not always comfortable, but it's always healing. When we can address things the way they really are, there's no going back. It's hard to deny it. Like you said, after you get through that and you realize that this was a profound experience, hard to describe.
I don't know if you could end on something like that. Thank you very much, Dr. Holiday. John, that's a real introduction to this subject. You'll be hearing a little more about this. We've been keeping it a little bit of a secret here in St. Vincent, you know. But, you know, secrets sometimes get out. So, John, thank you very much. All right? No, thanks. Our pleasure, our pleasure. And we have another special event. Everyone, don't get flustered. Pien, please, if you could come. And Spirit, Pien Metal is one of the directors of TNI, Transnational Institute. And TNI has been working with traditional cultivators, not only in the Caribbean, but in Colombia, in South America, in Morocco, I think also in Southeast Asia. And last year, they were a major sponsor of our Cannabliss. And we really have been truly appreciative of PN and the work that she and her group has been doing. John Walsh, who you saw the video went short, he was here last year. Also Martin Gelsom, he was here. And they made real significant contributions to that bid. On Monday, both PN and I, we are heading to a very important conference in Brazil, in Rio. Now, we're not going to Rio, you know, just for fun. You know, for carnival. It's some serious work. But PN, she had other duties and she couldn't come. She landed this afternoon, and we organized with protocol and foreign affairs to whisk her from the airport right here to the conference hall. That's the way we do things, you know. And Pierre was saying no, she has to, you know, go. So I know there are other members of the Caribbean team that have worked with her. We invited back Junior Spirit Cottle on the platform, not so much to speak, but he'll be able to comment. But PN, we want you to give us an idea of what's been, we've had various discussions in relation to patient advocacy, traditional cultivators, Rastafari, we've had different groupings. I mean, as a regulator, you know, we are governed by what the policymakers tell us to do. And even though here in St. Vincent, we love our TCs, we love our Rastafari, there's some limits to
Good afternoon.
I didn't ready to introduce her. You know,
I just fell off a plane.
She's coming. She lives in the Netherlands.
Fresh from Amsterdam.
She lives in Holland, right? And you would have gone to London, got Virgin and came down? Right,
Yeah,
okay, Virgin. But please tell us a little about TNI rather than I do it, you're doing so.
Okay, hello everyone. Indeed, fresh from the plane from Amsterdam. A little bit tired, but I'm really happy to be here and to be able to share some of our work. Yes, our work is not so much about sick people or about patients, but it's about a sick system. A system of prohibition that has led to a lot of negative consequences for a lot of people who are involved in the business. We work around drug policy at the level of the UN, around the international drug treaties. We work with farmers, the producers of the crops that grow either coca, opium poppy, or cannabis, and that have encountered repression, stigmatization, criminalization, so we have tried to give them a voice in the international arena where drug policies are defined, which is, of course, on the one hand, national governments, but also at the UN and regional entities. In the Caribbean, we've been working and setting up a working group about cannabis and fair trade. We started with that 5 years ago, a little bit longer. Spirit is one of the members, and there's some other people here who have been involved. I want to talk to you about a few things. One is the big challenge that the medical cannabis sector is for the traditional farmers. Not just in St. Vincent or in Jamaica or in other countries in the Caribbean, but in all the countries that have traditional cannabis growing. One country that I've been particularly closely involved with for the past year is Morocco. Morocco has about 1 million cannabis cultivators. It's the largest cannabis grower in the world, and it produces hash, resin, which is very successful and very popular in Europe. Their government has also decided to regulate the market and have given out licenses for cultivation, for production, transformation. And they're in the same situation as St. Vincent now is, and as all the other countries that have chosen this path. The market of medicinal cannabis is one of oversupply. There's a lot of medical cannabis being produced, and there's very few buyers. One of the problems is that many doctors in many countries do not prescribe cannabis, and that's something that still needs to work. There's a big process started to have more knowledge, more research, and more applications of medical cannabis in the world. But it goes slower than to absorb the amount of cannabis that is being produced by the traditional cannabis, such as the ones in St. Vincent, but also in Morocco and in other countries in the world. The northern countries that have decided to legalize medicinal cannabis are substituting the importation. They are starting to produce their own medicinal cannabis. So what we see is protectionism, and that's also a result of the international treaties, because trade is not possible or under very strict circumstances. The industry as an economic starter, which is what many have hoped here in the Caribbean, but also in the case of Morocco, that it would jumpstart the economy. It would be a possibility to get, you know, development for regions that are producing cannabis. But the production norms and the high demands for pharmaceutical industry are not attainable by most of the farmers. Because who are these farmers? These farmers are often people that have been growing their cannabis for an illicit market and have everywhere around the world. I mean, it's not something particular of any region. There's hundreds of countries in the world that grow cannabis for use in many ways. It's a medicine for many people. It's just being used, and it was prescribed since 1961. Many of these people live in abandoned, marginalized, or conflicted areas. So it is often very difficult to... there's a lot of different problems in the areas where these crops are being grown. Generally, these are poor areas, they're poor people. They are dependent on cannabis for their income. And not all the growers are users. Not all the growers consume cannabis. Some have a strong cultural connection to the plant, but many don't, because they just grow it to get an income. So where does regulation depend on? When does it happen and how does it happen? And how, you know how it has happened here in St. Vincent, and in many other countries it happened mainly for political reasons. There is a pressure from the growers. The growers are organized, they exert their pressure towards the governments, and they want to get a voice, and they are being integrated into a system. In the case of Morocco, which is not a democracy, the decennia-old tensions from the European Union against cannabis that was coming into their markets, plus the region in the north of Morocco, which is inhabited not by an Arab ethnicity, it's the Amazigh, the Berbers, that have grown cannabis for a long time. They have been in a particularly isolated political situation, so the decision to regulate the cannabis market in Morocco is also based on that. The fear for political upheaval, for protests, and for conflict. Morocco has followed a lot of the things that St. Vincent has done. There was an amnesty law. There were about 4,500 farmers were pardoned for their involvement in the industry and in the growing. They have given out licenses. The cultivation is is only allowed by local farmers. So investors cannot grow, which is very important fact, because we've seen in Colombia, for example, that the emergence of the new cannabis market in Colombia was mainly done by foreign investors. So it was no solution for the local farmers who were basically left outside of the system. But in the case of Morocco, it was done with the farmers and for the farmers. But now comes what has happened here as well, what is happening in other countries, but mainly the best example I know is St. Vincent, is that there is no market. The high standards that are imposed, the GMDCP, the high standards for pharmaceutical cannabis is simply not attainable by, and there's no investment in the farmers, there's no education of the farmers, it's all left to the free market, a buyer, a farmer, and amongst them they make a deal, but very often we've seen that doesn't work because they simply cannot produce the kind of cannabis that they need. So the internal politics are very important in defining what is regulated and when it is regulated. It is actually it would be very simple to regulate cannabis. Because it's very similar to tobacco, no? I mean, there's enough regulation, existing regulation that could be simple to be followed. There's no, I mean, in Europe, for example, it's going in that direction. More and more countries will try, despite the UN treaties and despite the EU legislation, will start implementing regulated forms of cannabis use, and not just the medicinal, but also for recreative gains. The problem is trade. The big challenge is trade. How, for example, if St. Vincent has such a big production and Barbados doesn't, why isn't it possible that it can be traded legally to another country in the region? Conditions can vary in a region, and we've often said that the Caribbean would be a perfect place to start with a small regulated internal market for cannabis trade. Medical use is completely accepted, and I understand that it's still a struggle here, that there's a lot of resistance from medical doctors to apply it. But this is a development that will go on, and as we heard before, it is moving. But what is not moving is the recreational issue, and that's also an issue here in the Caribbean. It's a big issue because many people smoke, but they have to be sick in order to smoke, which is a bit weird, I think. So the slowness of this change in this international legislation about the drug situation is drugs convention. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. There is some progress, but it's very slow, and examples of regulations should come from below. We are convinced that it has to start from the bottom up, and that the role of the cultivators is very important. One big difference between Morocco and many other countries that I know that are regulating their cannabis within a medicinal market is that they have managed to protect their land race. They have a plant, Beldia, which is the plant that has survived decades and has adapted itself to the environment and to the drought and to the soil. Despite all the attempts of big seed companies that have been handing out seeds with high THC in a different kind of market, but they have protected their own land race. And the land race has by itself a very balanced and very beautiful, how do you call that? Pattern, which is very useful for medical use. And now the government has decided that the Beldia will be the only plant that will be cultivated in the regulated market. But it goes, what we see often is that the regulators have all the good intentions, but they go too slow to adapt to the situation that the cultivators are facing. We're not in a good time frame. The geopolitics, the drug policies and protectionism are increasing. It's increasingly difficult to come up with alternative ideas, despite the fact that the big neighbor bombing fisher boats and narco-terrorists, as they call them, themselves have a very big cannabis market in the country. The big challenge is how you speak with those that have been producing cannabis for decades, sometimes hundreds of years, and that are now being excluded from a regulated market, which is of course very unfair because they've been paying the price for all these years. In the EU, more countries. Germany has legalized cannabis use, but not in a very small scale, through cannabis clubs, through cultivation at home, allowing people to grow their own plants in their houses, to allow for clubs. And the mixture of the medicinal cannabis market with the recreative market is posing a big challenge. In my country, the Netherlands, there is no medicinal cannabis, despite the fact that the biggest European company, Bedrocan, that produces medicinal cannabis, is Dutch. But we have coffee shops. We have, you know, people can go and get their cannabis in a legal way without any problem. And the insurance companies do not pay if you have a recipe from a doctor that prescribes it, you won't get it back from your insurance. So people would just find their own brand or kind of cannabis that works for them, and they will just buy it by themselves. So it's not a perfect system. It's not perfect for the patients, as we heard. It's not perfect for the farmers, and I hope that here the discussion in the Caribbean can go a little bit beyond. We know that the CARICOM report recommended to go beyond the medical use of cannabis and to find a way to regulate the markets amongst the countries here in the Caribbean. I think that, of course, if you're sick and cannabis is your medicine, you should be able to get it without any challenge. But not everybody who uses cannabis is sick. So there's two different things around that. I'll end here. I'm just too tired to talk more. Spirit.
Pleasant good evening again. Now, I'm not here to present, but I'm here to say, use this opportunity to thank the TNI, which is the Transnational Institute, in which PN today represents, for the support they have been given to traditional cultivators, not only in St. Vincent, but globally, throughout the world. I remember starting working with PN around 2009. That is when we had the first global forum in Barcelona, when more than 60 traditional cultivators from Colombia, from Mexico, from Myanmar, from all over the world met to discuss issues and the way forward. PN said just now that the emphasis is not on sick people, but on the system. And that is natural. It is the system that declared cannabis illegal over 100 years ago. It is the system that we have to fight if we are to be successful. And this system is an international system. So we have to be fighting an international enemy. So the solidarity that is expressed to traditional cultivators by TNI is very critical for our victory. Because we are not fighting against just the American administration. We are not just fighting against a single administration, but we are fighting an international body. Hence, the need for traditional cultivators in St. Vincent, in Jamaica, in the entire Caribbean, and beyond, to come together and join forces in this struggle to bring back cannabis to its former glory. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Yes. Now, are there any questions? Are there any questions? Please, can you?
Greetings. Very well informative presentation this afternoon. There's one issue that I would like to bring to the discussion thus far. Because to me, throughout the 2.5 days of presentations, a lot of emphasis was placed on the empowerment of the traditional healers and the traditional cultivators in the whole dispensation of this medicinal cannabis industry. But unfortunately, one of the concerns that I have, which I have not actually heard resonated and echoed, is the importance of the empowerment healers and herbalists within the Caribbean space. And how does regulations now address their involvement in terms of dispensation of medicine based on empirical knowledge, involvement, longevity, and not necessarily on formal education, as is being proposed by the medical fraternity. Because throughout the discussions, all I've been hearing about is medical doctors issuing prescriptions. And there is a finite line that we need to observe, because the World Health Organization themselves is articulating the necessity to include complementary and alternative medicines in the whole scheme of holistic medicinal approach. And hence, traditional knowledge as practiced by traditional healers and herbalists is a critical point in the discussion. And hence, their empowerment and involvement in terms of the regulated space there needs to be concerned. So for example, we are in the developed worlds, to include Europe and America, there are code of ethics which regulate the governance of traditional healers. How does now we within the Caribbean space now take advantage or start to frame policies and strategies which would allow these healers to be active participants in that? And like I said, throughout the discussions, all I've been hearing about are traditional cultivators, rightfully so. But at the end of the spectrum, throughout the value chain, we're talking about a medicinal cannabis industry. And hence the relevance and importance of the empowerment of our traditional healers, who have been the vanguards in terms of the medicinal approach, notwithstanding cultivation practices. So, rightfully so, Dr. Thompson, and for the rest of the panel, I would like to hear your views on that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree. It's not just for cannabis, it's also for coca, it's also for opium, that have traditional healers that have been made invisible by its prohibition. The UN treaty prescribes, limits its uses to medicinal use, and cannabis was a plant, as coca is at this moment, and opium with, with no medical applications. The change that has taken place in 2019 has only very limitedly accepted that there is some medical use to cannabis. So the problem is that system that doesn't allow, it doesn't take into account traditional knowledge. The WHO does have a working group about traditional medicine. But because marijuana and cannabis is in that list, it's just impossible to apply it, which is, yeah, that's ridiculous, but it's how it works. You You can say one.
You know, I want to talk a little bit frankly about this. And this is a complex subject that you've heard. We've been talking to you about the Commission on Narcotic Drugs, CND, the INCB. Regionally, we have an entity called CCAD that controls, you could say, through the OAS, Latin America and the Caribbean. And the CCAD advocates, when you attend these conferences, they are predominantly anti-drug in general. In most of our islands, there are anti-drug units. They've started changing their names to drug abuse prevention units, but some still retain the name as anti-drug units. And they fall through the old school of trying to prevent the use and abuse of certain type of drugs, narcotic drugs, including psychotropics and so forth, everything that's listed under the various conventions. And they have to furnish reports annually to various organizations that want to know that there is sufficient drug control. And you would know that drug trafficking is an issue. Matter of fact, in our Caribbean waters, boats are being fired on in relation to drug abuse, drug trafficking. Now, there was a time when 1997, 98, 99, 2000, 98, 99, 2000, when helicopters came in. Even before that, in Jamaica, they had land crews with mist blowers to spray down cannabis. And I don't want to go through the whole history, but there's been a long history that you're never going to tell some persons that the direction in which we're going in is the right direction, or we should go much further and much faster. I want to be honest with you. In crafting our bill, we sat down with the Christian Council. The Christian Council, the Adventists and so forth, say, we believe in cannabis, but please, can you promise us you will not go recreationally? Many of the Rastafari would have understood what we were doing, but there were others who say, man, kick the door down, you know, to pass the law, forget about the INCB and any kind of issues. Of course, there are large bodies of entities that want to see greater drug control. Ike Washington was here, the youth and the influence on the youth and so forth, people look at those things. So I'm bringing out that in crafting legislation and moving it along to a certain degree and getting the buy-in from different groups, you would find that some groups are going to be unhappy that you haven't gone far enough and you should have kicked the door down and opened up the thing. And we understand that. And then there are others who would feel you've gone too far. My young son may be at risk, and my daughter may be at risk. And so it's a lot of balancing in this regard. And I really had to put it this way. So I know somebody like me is going to be criticized, right, that the MCA has not gone far enough. But luckily, you heard yesterday, we have the leaders who've given us a certain policy, And we have to implement that policy. We can't we can't say, forget what the Prime Minister said. To hell what the Prime Minister said. Nobody take that clip, and use it Joff, don't use that in any way, all right? But this is something of the reality. And it means that groups have to continue advocating, and it may be a slow process. It may be that the United States, if they do reschedule, that may make people think, well, okay, we could go a little further. But in the Caribbean, there is still a fair amount of resistance. Luckily, the various governments are promoting this whole process. And it can move a lot faster in certain countries. In Grenada, I'm hoping it will move a little faster. In Dominica, it'll move a little faster. I would like to know if traditional healers in Dominica are allowed or will be allowed within the new legislation that they're framing. In St. Vincent the Grenadines, believe it or not, the last person who asked the question is correct. The medical doctors were saying that prescribing is for doctors. And I know that we have draft legislation like St. Lucia, because St. Lucia, I want to applaud them. They've gone away and allowed some new legislation to allow for traditional healers and so forth to prescribe. And we would like to go in that direction. And I would certainly like to know if Dominica plans that, if Dominica will be going, if Dominica has already done that before they've passed the cannabis bill. But if they haven't, we wish you good speed. And I think this is something that is going to be taken up and move. It may move months on and months on, but I think 2026 sounds like a good year. Sounds like a good year for a lot to happen. So look out for that and the work that TNI has been doing today. I don't know if there are any other questions. Do you want to comment on that? Yes.
Yeah, I want to give thanks for that question, my brethren, because I'm an advocate. And I was in St. Vincent in November at the Cannabis Festival. And when I attended one of the conferences, I made it categorically clear that not only MDs will prescribe, but traditional healers will administer. We don't prescribe, we administer herbs to people. And I say that because I'm a traditional healer. And I'm dealing with some critical cases in St. Lucia, cases that doctors cannot handle. They tell you they have no hope. A month ago, I took a COPD patient off a oxygen tank. I said to him, you only use it for support. It's not something that's a daily routine for you. And I actually work with two 12-year patients. And one of the mothers came to her and she said that, Mr. Alexander, I saw you on NTN. My child has got seizure 12 years. There's no hope with the medical fraternity. But I heard of marijuana oil. How could you help? I said, okay, I can, but I need to visit. When I visited the house, I saw this poor thing lying on the chair. When the mother lifted her up, she was dripping drastically. I said, wow, poor child. I spoke with the mother, and the mother gave me her consent to use the cannabis oil. It did not take 2 minutes after administering the oil to that 12-year. The dripping stopped immediate. And the child had severe seizures and is just cut back. That is one example. What I'm doing presently and advocating is, anywhere I go, I state that not only medical practitioners and not only MDs will prescribe. And I'm putting up a document together with the testimonials of the work I have done in St. Lucia to make a presentation. I spoke with a medical doctor in St. Lucia, and I said to him, I am going to come to the Victoria Hospital and take every single COPD patient off the bed, and it's a reality. I'm able to stabilize COPD patients. Why? Because I suffered from asthma from 6 to 16. No doctors could medicine to cure. But a lady came to my mother's house and said, in her dream, can we live in folklore? A lady gave her a bushel of cannabis, and if my mother use it, it's going to cure me. We did. I'm cured from asthma, and that is why I went and I specialize in COPD. Right now, I have my laboratory at home, and I have produced a toxin cleanser, antibiotic, antiviral, and anti-inflammatory. And this is one of the best for COPD patients and everybody. A guy called me and he said to me, everybody at my home have flu. I alone that don't have the flu. You know why? Your medicine. Bring me another bottle. These are the testimonies we need to present to the international arena to know that before there were doctors, hospitals, and nurses, Mother Nature was the greatest. We're not going to give up because it is our sovereign rights. It is our indigenous rights. So my brother, you're on the right track, but the doors are beginning to open. And I want to give thanks to TNI, PN, for the support that she's given to traditional farmers around the globe, and also the formation of the Caribbean Cannabis Fair Trade Working Group, which I represent as the chairperson for the Public Relations Office. I'm not going to give up. People will hear my voice, and the main thing about me, I want to be consistent. I don't want to come today with one subject, tomorrow another one. Across the board, you will hear me saying the same thing over and over again till we get the results. But it's going to happen. Give thanks, Tien.
Yeah, Brother Emmanuel, thank you. Because I should have mentioned the Caribbean Fair Trade Group, of which Emmanuel is a member, Jamaica is involved, St. Lucia is involved, Dominica, Antigua, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad, and the formation of this regional group, TNI, has played a pivotal role. Thanks again to TNI. Now, Gerald mentioned just now, that girl standpoint, we ain't want to go to fast. Know that we want Rastafari to have their freedom to burn their weed as a sacrament. We want consumers to be given that leeway to burn their weed, but from a traditional growers perspective, take your time, we ain't want to fast. Because if you go to fast, we could lose the whole market.
Our thinking was that there's so many countries in the Caribbean. This is the only region in the world where cannabis is important for so many people in so many ways. They could make a difference. You know, they could speak out in the international fora and claiming the right to use cannabis in a ceremonial way, which is non-existent at this point. And the Caribbean would be the perfect place to demand this. And in fact, the CARICOM report 6 years ago was moving that way. It was trying to push it that way. And unfortunately, it has not come yet so far, but who knows?
Let me take this opportunity to thank PN Metal and the entire TNI family for being here. Please, let's give her, I'll give Junior Spirit Cottle. Let me say that we've come to the end of our proceeding. Dr. Makal Emmanuel was supposed to do another session, but he seemed to have done, Rasto, you allowed him to do a marathon session this morning, right? And he is a little tired deflated. I know some person would have loved to have seen the practical, some plants with some disease and what to do and the do's and the don'ts. But he did a bit of that this morning. We have accomplished quite a bit. What we wanted to do is 5 things in concert. 2 of them are still left. We have the traditional cultivators village, we have the expo in general, and we have this conference. This conference phase is really about to end. But what we've done, besides the policy issues of yesterday, and some of the technical and the more in-depth things that we dealt with today, and certainly our friends from Canada and the United States, their involvement, TNI from the Netherlands, and certainly that interesting perspective on the introduction to psychotropic psilocybin. I think that was very interesting. You know, we in St. Vincent, and this is going to sound a little controversial, we are open and we want and we are going to help the traditional cultivators a lot more. You understand? We opened up and we did see persons who were not traditional cultivators. I'm not talking about foreign persons coming into the thing. And you don't have a right to discriminate against them too. You can't say only traditional cultivators or only Rastafari can get into this particular business. That is something. Now, that might have been a policy that we could have introduced, but it would also be non-discriminatory, be discrimination probably in reverse. And we did not have the financial resources to say, hey, Spirit, here's $1 million, go and play with it. Or Miss Alexander, here's $500,000, try something. We don't do things like that. You know what I mean? The government doesn't do things like that. And basically, we've been reflecting on top of them. We know we have to get the traditional cultivator because their knowledge, I mean, they've saved the industry. The bigger companies have come in. They brought in master growers. And it's the traditional cultivator who worked with them, who really showed them what to do, what was going on here, and what the climate was like, and so forth. And it's fascinating. But this conference, we've been able to cover a lot of ground. I think our objective was to build on 2024, right? And to surpass that. And also to make sure that coming up, that the Caribbean is looking a little more inward. That in the next few months, probably, maybe weeks, we're going to face an onslaught of potential stuff coming in our direction. Let me put it that way. And I am going to encourage that we need to organize, we need to be a lot more reinforced, and we're going to look at that. They want to, I'm sure everybody at the expo is still wide open. There's lots of stuff. I've missed a few things. Some people brought in some fruit, some longan. I love longan fruit. And Miguel sold out all of it. I told him to go back and get some more because I need my longan. But there's some juices, other things like that. Said, please go out and mix with the crowd. There'll be some music there. The band is going to be coming later on to practice and so forth for tomorrow. Tomorrow at 8:30, please, for those persons going on the tours, you got to reach out to us. I'm sure there's some things organized to get you there, but the tours will be starting from that point, you know, rather than from a specific hotel going to another hotel and all that sort of stuff. It started from Annesville, where the old airport was and so forth. For those who don't know it, someone will tell you. So once again, thank you very much for coming. You know, on behalf of the Medicinal Cannabis Authority, on behalf of the government of St. Vincent and Grenadines, I, as the CEO of the MCA, thank you for coming and really hope you're going to leave here a little bit more, a little tiny bit more knowledgeable than when you came. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Bye.